This program features live coverage of an African safari and may include animal kills and carcasses. Viewer discretion is advised.
The sun is out, even though it's hidden behind those clouds, and it's a little bit drier down here in Djuma. Thank goodness. Well, we're off on safari, aren't we? And we're going to have a wonderful one, so jump on board, everyone, for your live safari through the African bush. Good morning, and welcome. Like I said, the sun is out, but there's still a bit of mist. It's a bit chilly. It's 14 degrees Celsius, 52 degrees Fahrenheit out here on Djuma Game Reserve. But I'm certainly happy. Hi, everyone. It's me, Trishal, and I've got BK on camera this morning. Yes, I do. And I would love to hear from you. We're going to do a bit of a reversing safari today, at least just for the first few seconds, so I can get into position. This is going to be new, as I will now speak to you from the back. You can chat to us using the hashtag WildEarth or the YouTube chat stream or Twitch, whatever you like, and ask us your questions, give us your comments. We'd love to hear from you, and this is not working, so here we go. It promises to be an exciting morning. Well, I feel that way about every morning. So I really hope it will be. Oh, look at some doves to say good morning to us. Hello, Cape Turtle doves. Franklin's is shouting good morning as well. And we have one of my favorites up in this marula tree. Hello, Greenwood Hoopoe.
Jumbo Jumbo, and hello, a very good morning from the Masai Mara of Kenya, and we are very lucky to start our drive with some cats, and I'm talking of lions. Look at that small little baby cub climbing that rock, an indication when her time comes and she is fully grown, she'll be doing very well. That's a young male there, and I'm saying a young male because you can see he got a bit of mane on his neck. And I'm very convinced this is where most likely they spent the night. And hello again, everyone. My name is David, and on camera with me this morning is Bungay. Very excited to be with you this morning. And we have a pride of lions here that we call the Owino Pride. Now, that gentleman you see there, he is the dominant male in this pride. That is not his son. He is a son from another male, but this male, a few months ago, overthrew that other male, and he took over. And those are very common dynamics of the lion kingdom. Look at how big he is. If you compare to the other young male, he got a bigger mane, is dark, and is brownish. I mean, that's what, in general, females will like. It's another cold morning here in the Masai Mara. We are 16 degrees Celsius and about 60 degrees Fahrenheit. And remember, should you have any questions or comments, you are very much welcome to send them through. On tweet, you can use hashtag CGTNWild or hashtag WildEarth. Alternatively, you can also reach us at FC in the comment section of the YouTube chat channels. And to all of you, I'm giving you very warm jumbos from the Masai Mara Game Reserve. We'll try and find out what these lions will do, because 2 days ago they had 3 kills, and I do not think they made a kill last night. And you never know, from where they are, they have a very good view of the plains of the Masai Mara.
Good morning, everyone. This is Djuma from andBeyond Phinda Private Game Reserve. As you can see right behind the camera, we have Craig. Here we have 4 lions. As you can see, this is a lovely sighting. It looks like it's just start hunting for now. They've been traveling quite a long distance now. This is a lovely area, as you can see. Got a nice woodland. There's also nice cover for them to able to start hunting from there. Look at that. One of these just moved down, and look like it must be lost interest what they were hunting. Look like one is just stretching quite a bit, and we will slowly follow them and give it a good distance, because there might be some more animals around there what they're hunting. So look at that chopping a claw. It's one of the sawarats, and they've been traveling all by themselves for a couple of days now. I'm not sure where the mom is. She must be trying to find a mate or somewhere, because these guys, they were able to hunt by themselves. We were trying to follow them. As you can see, we're busy losing the visual, and hopefully they will find something there. All right. Okay, so guys, we're going to try to stay with them to follow, see if we can find them. As you can see, they're busy just around the corner. We don't want to lose them at all. As you can see, we're just getting more excited about that because they are on a hunt. All right, so we're gonna slowly move. Because we don't want to lose them. We're just trying to see if we can find them.
Hello, good morning. We are at the Mara River, a different section of the river. Good morning, beautiful people. It's me again, Isaac, and on camera, as always, Big James. This is a different crossing, much wider, shallower, and there's nobody at the moment. Only the residents of the river. We have hippos and crocodiles scattered wide and far. There's about few there. Looks like they're gathering up. It's very typical of them to be scattered in the morning, and then they'll, form the pod. At the moment, I would say 90% of the wildebeest are across the other side, which is the Greater Mara, and we are on the triangle. Yes, the migration is still on. Most of them are across. I'm expecting to start seeing them trickling from today to head back this way. And probably, in this crossing, and another one that I'm going to be sharing with you in the next maybe hour, if I'm allowed, because this is where they're going to be crossing back. It is very typical for them to crisscross the Mara River. It's not always a one-way movement. They are always, thinking the grass is greener on the other side, and they will cross back. Then, even cross back on the same day. But at the moment, the river is very soothing. All the rapids, I don't know if you can hear that. Yes. Yeah, well, while we sit here and enjoy this beautiful river, let's see and let's learn more about this great migration of wildebeest.
From the southern plains of the Serengeti, over 1 million grazers move northwest through the Western Corridor, gathering along the banks of the Grumeti River. Once the chaos of the rut comes to an end, the herds gallop north once again. In time, more than 2 million animals amount to feast on the abundance the Mara has to offer. But the reward of the red oat grass does not come easy. The zebra vanguard is the first on the banks, taking the plunge into the treacherous Mara River in order to reach the untouched long grass plains on the other side. Not only must they face the turbulent waters, but also the crocodiles, gliding through the rapids in anticipation. Then comes the body of the migration, the thundering herds of the white-bearded wildebeest, with their bleats echoing through the landscape while in search for greener pastures. Hunger. So too are the lions of the Mara, who patrol the banks of the river. The risks are known, but the herds are determined. All must make the leap. Some will fall, but for the survivors, the lush greenery that awaits is bountiful. And then, as is nature's way, it comes the time to cross the river again as they continue to follow the life-giving storms and nourishing plains.
The migration is such a spectacle, and the migration happens between two countries or between two conservation areas that neighbor each other. I'm talking of the Serengeti National Park in Tanzania and the Masai Mara Game Reserve in Kenya. And the cycle of migration is non-stop, and it goes round all the year. It pauses in the month of February for about 2 weeks, and it's in that period when these beasts will always drop the calves. And in a period of about 2 weeks, they drop about 500,000 to about 600,000 babies. And what you're seeing there, these are the plains they walk through. Now, the big boy have decided to wake up. So currently, the predators in the Masai Mara, I'm talking of lions, hyenas, wild dogs, have a party because this particular pride, 3 days ago, they brought down 3 wildebeest in a very small area of less than a half square kilometer. They ate 2, and the other one just stayed there, and they left it for the scavengers. So migration is quite big because not all the wildebeest will always make it crossing the river. If it's not the crocodiles in the water, it will be these lions. Heather, you would like to know what coalition these males come from. Now, you'll be surprised. I said earlier that this male is new in this particular pride. The males that were mating with this particular pride were called the Olololo males. I mean, the Kichwa Tembo males or the Mara Triangle males. And this male came from another area of the Greater Mara called the Mara North. And this particular male is called Olokishe. And what he did, he came and he pushed the 2 males from the Triangle boys that were mating with this particular pride. And currently, he is in charge. So he came alone, crossed the river, and he's currently mating with his females. Now, where he is walking is where the pride has gone. Still rather chilly, and I would want to believe the females have pulled the cubs in there to give them a bit of warmth. So we'll also follow them up where they have gone and find out exactly what they could be doing under that huge rock.
I suppose they'd be looking for some breakfast, and so is this giraffe. It's so nice to see so many giraffes on the property now. Almost every drive we get to see one. This one's very well hidden, and you can see just how well the disruptive coloration works in them. Actually seems to be eating bushveld saffron. Dal, you'd like to know what season it is now? It is still winter, but spring is almost upon us. Almost. Just in a few weeks' time. But in terms of the environment, it seems that spring has turned over. See, we had some rain. It's not common for this time, but some early rain is always appreciated by the bush. Things are green-ish, but that's more a result of a good wet season last year. And some plants are even flowering. So still a little bit chilly, but the air has changed, if that makes sense. It feels a little bit more humid, and that indicates that spring is coming. I love spring, and so do the animals. It's a time of birth. Everyone, the bush becomes alive, and the sounds are just amazing. Anyway, we're right actually near the hyena den, so I'm going to check it out and see if they're out and about.
Indeed, it is spring. Spring is in the air, and it's a wonderful time of year, spring, the rebirth and the change of the vegetation and everything. It just really does swing around, and it's an exciting time of year if you like birds, exciting time of year if you like insects. But for now, we thought we'd tell you about some tracks, and I found tracks of a very large animal moving along the ground now. It might not be that easy for you to tell. There's been some disturbance. Now, if I move over to this track over here, I'm going to show you the size of it. Look at the size of this thing in comparison to my hand. Okay, so we've got 1 toe, 2 toes, 3 toes, 4 toes, and then the back. So that is the track of a hippopotamus. When you think of the size of it compared to my foot, it doesn't look that big compared to my foot, but hippos have got 4 feet. And this individual is going in that direction. Now, we have got a watering hole just behind us, direction where this hippo's come from. And this hippo's moving out. They do move at night time, going in search of food. And what I was trying to explain to you before about how we're going to see changes in the sand, you can see where the hippo has moved, how dark it is over here, and has pushed the sediment back. Look at the color of the soil over here. If I just scuff it. Okay, so now you can imagine a leopard. A few of you thought it was a lion. Well, to be honest, Theo thought it was a lion too when he first saw them, but they are quite deceptive hippos, and sometimes when they walk, all you can really see is the inside or outside toe. The rest of it isn't that clear. But in the sand here after the rain, the sand is quite soft, and the hippos will make a lot more of an indentation. But what we're looking for is that of a leopard. Now, a leopard would walk on here and wouldn't leave much. So we're basically going to be looking for something like that, just a little scuff in the sand, and hopefully it will stand. For example, here is the track of a hyena in the sand. There's not too much to go by, but here is the outside toe, there's a nail over there. So there's not too much to go by in this sort of sediment. But what's important is when you find animals like hyenas walking, hippos walking, if those tracks are on top of a leopard track, then you know that it was much earlier. But if the leopard is on top of the hippos, there's a very good chance it was not that long ago.
An animal that leaves a rather large footprint on the ground is this giraffe. But for now, he's just got his head right up in the trees and having some breakfast. It's a bit of a slow start here at Pridelands for now, but I did just hear a hyena whooping close by. My name is Taylor McCurdy, and on camera with me today is Sebastian Rombi. And we're very excited. We're very cold, to the point that I even have 2 pairs of gloves on. But we've come across to this watering hole, which is called Leopard Dam. But sadly, there are no leopards here. Not even a track. But maybe Steve will have some luck and be able to find you a spotted cat. We have, of course, got a spotted creature of sorts. Like I said, the giraffe. And he is a big male. And the reason how I know this, I just thought I'd point out the obvious very quickly, is because he's quite a big animal. The males get much bigger. And then if you look on the tops of his head, he's got these small little like protrusions which look like horns, but they're not horns. They're called ossicones, so that's just bone protruding out of his head, which is difficult to see, and they're quite thick, and they're bald at the top. There's no fluffy, hairy parts, which the females typically have. And then another giveaway, if you're not 100% certain, is that normally female giraffe don't get as dark as the males. But of course, there's those exceptions. But that's normally got to do with genetics and the fact that he is a mature bull and probably oozing with testosterone, which is creating that nice color. Tall, dark, and handsome is true out here in the bush. Now, Jim, with giraffe, they don't actually have a breeding season. They kind of can give birth at any time of the year. But what normally happens with a lot of the animals out here is that they'll typically give birth just as the rains arrive. So the nice lush vegetation is, of course, great for the mothers so that they can produce the optimal amount of milk for their youngsters. But giraffe have got quite a long gestation period. So for them, they can give birth at any time of the year. We've been seeing lots and lots of giraffe. You can see them in herds or journeys, as some people may call them, together. But like this bull's on his own, that's not not unnatural. Typically, they can also roam around by themselves. They don't really have any permanent bonding with any giraffe members, kind of like how lions live together or elephants live together or even buffalo for that fact. Giraffe kind of just do what they want, and one day they might be with a group and the next day they could be on their own. But if this male gets any scent that there is a female giraffe that is an estrus, so she's ready to breed, he will seek her out and chase after them. But he doesn't seem to be interested in that. He's feeding on a lovely scotia tree, nice and green. And Maureen, you're wondering what tree this is. So it is a weeping boerbean. The genus of this tree is the scotia. And we get quite a few different species around South Africa. And soon, I'm really excited because this tree is going to not just have these beautiful green leaves on them, but it's going to be bursting with bright red flowers too. And then we're going to see lots and lots of birds that like to feed on the nectar, especially coming out of the dry season where there hasn't been any foods with lots of, energy sustenance to them. We'll find an array of birds feeding on them. And, well, the giraffe will be happy about that too. Well, I think they're just happy that this tree has got some nice green leaves to it. But he's not stopping. He's tucking into his breakfast. But I think we'll go and follow up on those hyenas.
When the migration is not in the Mara, the predators, and I'm talking more so of the lions that we got here for you, will try and bring down big animals, including a giraffe. And sometimes they even dare to bring down buffaloes because that time around, the prey is limited. But again, as I said, from now going towards end of September or mid-October, they have plenty to eat and very easy food to get. And they'll be bringing down wildebeest, if not wildebeest, then zebras. Now, the grass you see on your screen there is called the red oat grass, and this is what mainly brings the wildebeest in the Masai Mara. Animals, and more so the wildebeest, will migrate ideally for two reasons. Number one, breeding or because of feeding. And once they exhaust all what they got in Serengeti National Park in Tanzania, they'll come to the Masai Mara to eat the grass after our long rains from the months of March coming to June. Now, this pride has 4 females, and one of the females have a young cub, and another female have 2 younger cubs in that, which were playing a little bit earlier. But at the moment, I think it's still rather cold, and that's why you see all of them, or rather the male is more tucked there having a nap. Did you hear me? He has to be wary once in a while. Because of the wind blowing, sometimes they pick like it's a movement of something, and the male has to be wary of maybe other males which might come and take over, because he is about, since May is when he took over this pride. So it's another 5 months since he took over. He has to be very careful because the lion's dynamics are once in a while the males will change the coalitions depending on their age and depending on their numbers. Females tend to remain the same. Gina, you're saying he got such a big belly, and this is from the kill they made 3 days ago. They had lots of food to eat, and I think to me he looks very prime. If you compare to the other males here that we're calling the triangle boys, he looks a lot better than them, and maybe no wonder it was very easy for him to overthrow them. I do not know for how long he'll be in charge of this particular pride, because those males, the 2 that he overthrew, might go regroup, have more energy, and then come over and also show him the door. They blend in so very well. If you look at his mane and the grass behind there, unless you're used to living in the bush, it's very easy for prey to make a mistake and walk just very close to him. Well, we'll wait for the cubs to come out, and hopefully they'll come and give us a bit of show of playing.
I'm also waiting for some cubs to come out to give us a little bit of play too. I'm here at the den, and we've got 4 hyenas around. There in the distance you see Ribbon and Swazi. There's somebody else on the right that is obviously very difficult to identify, well hidden, and Corky is in front here, looking like a seal, I think. Look at her whiskers. I shouldn't say that too loud. Oh, shouldn't like that comment. Everyone seems to be a lot cleaner. Yesterday when we saw them in the morning, they were quite bloodied. But they would have licked their fur and cleaned themselves quite well, not just to remove the smell from themselves, but also to get a little bit more nutrients. Kind of like licking your plate. But things seem very, very quiet for the moment. They're just relaxing. But it is still a little bit cold, so it will take some time before the cubs feel like coming out. Chris, you say that you're glad that Corky allows Ribbon at the communal den. Absolutely. But that is the point of a communal den. They will use it together regardless of rank, except for when competition becomes quite high and the survival of one female's cubs is jeopardized because of the other female or higher ranking female's cubs being at the den too. If you recall, at the end of 2018, early 2019, when the last litter was born, when we had the communal den then, we had Corky's youngster. Oh, hello, little. Corky's youngster, Pretty's 2, June's 2, and Ribbon's at one den. But then Ribbon and June moved theirs, because there's a lot of cubs at one den, and that's when competition becomes too much. So at this point, there's 3 little ones at this den. So there's no real reason for Ribbon to disallow Corky to use the den too. Hello, you two mischief makers. Good morning, you're finally up. I always think that Shimbulu, which is the darker one, looks a little bit like a civet. With these dark patches on his face. Lovely. Well, hopefully this means that Sorry about that, guys, but you're back here, and the cubs have done a bit of stretching, a bit of yawning. Everything is still very calm. Oh, some morning scent marking. For those of you who don't know, hyenas have an anal gland where they produce an anal paste. This is something that other feliforms also have the ability to do, like mongoose. And when they go over a stalk like that, they're actually applying that paste onto the vegetation around their den and around their territory. So as youngsters, they practice this. You can even see really, really, really little cubs doing it. In fact, these two were doing it when they were quite tiny too. Interesting to watch how they behave. And Corky is close to them. You can see they're receding a little bit, going forward and then back, a little unsure. They'll be that way towards most adults, except for the younger cubs from 2018-19, those being Swazi and Ndebele Sotu, and of course their mother, and even to some of the males. But to Corky, they seem to be pulling back just a little bit.
Well, talking of hyena cubs, now let's talk of lion cubs. That, to me, is a magical setting. You can cater to those cubs. Go on top of that rock in that green bush and rest there, and you take your pictures. If that could be a possibility, I would want to do that. Now look at the size of that rock. To me, is about 2 meters high. How those cubs have gotten there, I have no idea. But they went from the backside, so I would think maybe there's a softer gradient from the backside. There are 2 litters in this particular pride. These 2 is a brother and a sister. They're the younger ones, and we have another cub from another mother that's much older. Well, I do not think they want to be there for so long on their own. I think something they have learned very quickly. It could be dangerous. It could be even a snake. We have seen large snakes like the pythons going for them, and other snakes that may not, oops, keep trying again. Other snakes may not, kill them and eat them like black mambas or cobras. Out of not understanding what animals these ones are, we have seen those snakes biting them, and these cubs have died. We'll always once in a while, unfortunately, bump into a dead cub in the wilderness and wonder what might have happened. But more often than not, we have found out they will die from snake bites. Now, either they're playing behind that rock, but if they're going to give us a small little commercial break, we'll go back to either the big boy, who is still in the same position, enjoying the view. Where we are at the very base of an escarpment called Ololol Escarpment, and from where he is, he can see the plains very well. And I think the whole idea of them coming up here is to scan for prey, either later in the day or maybe even this morning. We'll wait a few more minutes and see whether those cubs will come up again and give us another play.
Hopefully, as David's waiting for those cubs to jump onto the rocks, we're going to see this one going up onto this tree. So, how is this for a sighting in the morning here at andBeyond in Ngala? You can see there's a branch that just fell right in the center of where that lioness has climbed on. But so I'm Nikki, going to be your ranger for this morning, and with me on the camera is Gert. So just heading back to these lines. Now this was the same lines that we saw yesterday when it started to rain. And you can see now, after a bit of rain, it's very clear. It's such a beautiful morning. Like there's all these different smells up in the air. And also smells like there could have been wild dogs that moved past this area. There's a very distinctive smell around. But look how this lion is like maneuvering herself onto the tree. She has to be so careful because, I mean, just judging by that tree, it's probably been like pushed over for quite a while. So I don't know how strong those branches might be in order to carry her weight. I think she realized no, it's not the best of ideas. So she's probably just going to jump down from there. Let's see if she's going to jump onto this other one. Imagine that. I agree with most of our viewers. The lighting is absolutely gorgeous. Look at the size of this lioness's paws as she's like maneuvering her way down. Oh, I started off very delicately, and then towards the end she had to rush down so that she didn't lose her balance. Now that one that she's moving towards is the young male that had that injury on the leg. And you can see he's not as big as those Ross males. But it's crazy to see the difference in size. And the way that he plays with her, I mean, it's very delicately. Like, you can imagine a big lion like him, and he's just tolerating her, not even snarling. And I'm sure he can't do that because of the females that are around. As soon as he starts getting a bit too aggressive, they'll probably just start showing aggression towards him. But knowing him and seeing him interact around the pride, he's just not a very aggressive male yet. Unless there's a carcass, then he can be quite feisty around that carcass. Lauren, he is getting a nice mane. And imagine now, let's say in 2 or 3 years' time, how impressive it's going to be. Because they only start from around about 6.5 years. So anywhere from 6.5, 7 years is when they're going to have a fully developed mane. And imagine how that's going to look, especially on this male, because he's pretty big. I mean, if we compare his tracks with the whole pride, his tracks are bigger than all the lions, even including those 2 big dominant Ross males. So it'll be an impressive male once that mane started to develop, especially between his ears and a little bit more around his cheeks. Now, his dad used to have an impressive mane. The mane almost looked like it was the face was hidden inside the mane. That's how big the mane was of this one's father. You can just see in the back, the 2 lionesses are stalking one another. So where this male is just left of it, one is just having a bit of a stretch. But look at how she's lying down, tucking her back feet under her body, patiently waiting for the other one to come around. It was that smaller one that was up in the tree that moved around, and so this is one of the other bigger females. It's just waiting now for her to come back. I can just hear a lioness. It sounds like a contact call. Oh, look at that one. Here she's coming.
Welcome back, everyone. We're just here with that lion again. He's just gone stationary at the moment. The rest of them, they are further up. If we listen carefully, you can hear a male lion from miles away. If we can see him, he's lifting his head. He's listening. My lion is calling miles away. I'm not sure if the guy's going to be able to hear that, but it's quite far away. Yeah, that's why he's looking, because he's behaving like a dominant male. As you can see, he's just lying down. The rest of the female hunting ahead of him. Whatever happened now, if they do catch something, he will come behave exactly like a dominant male and take whatever they got if it's something small. A lovely spots here, the way they are. It looks like he might gets up and follow the rest, but it looks like he's not too sure what to do now, because you just hear the big male calling exactly the same direction where the others heading to. But I know he's far from here. Off he goes. Here he goes. He's going to follow the rest of the 3 young female as well. They're just busy hunting ahead of him.
Here are these two, and everybody seems to be out and about. Corky's little one has revealed itself too. These guys are practicing greeting ceremonies over on this side. Swazi with them. Oh, in the morning they're so quiet. It's actually quite peaceful. I also enjoy the craziness too, though. Corky's little cub has its head up. Hello, Special. Almost. Mum sneezed and... It almost looks like they have a trapdoor in that den. So when they get in there, they just kind of fall through the trapdoor instead of going into it slowly. Just pop. Trapdoor opens. One of the reasons I like to sit at the den, apart from the fact that there's cubs here, and that we get to watch their interactions and watch them grow, which is really important, as we've known them from the time they're born. Just like Swazi, we've known him from the time he was born. And we get to understand, or at least attempt to understand, their lives from birth to now. And that's why I like to watch them. But the other unrelated reason that the hyena den is really nice to sit at, because we don't want to sit on the den. No, definitely not. Just want to watch this. I know that we say that Corky is subordinate. Now, subordinate to Ribbon, yes. But I think she's sort of created an alliance with Ribbon, because her cubs are little, Ribbon's cubs are not so quick to jump all over Corky and things like that. Swazi making that sound? With ribbons too in it. It definitely does sound a bit like a cow. See, it's getting the little one excited. It almost looks as if Swazi is trying to call ribbons two out. You had quite a range of vocalizations there. That was awesome. Went from quite soft. Interestingly, Swazi was sniffing around where Corky was lying down. And earlier when Corky was there, Swazi actually came over and started to investigate her teats. And Corky, as you can imagine, didn't like that at all. Which I think is very interesting that he did that, because he was born at the end October 2018, or somewhere around there, so he should not be looking for milk, especially not from Corky.
Good morning, everyone, from a beautiful day out here at Tswalu Kalahari. My name is Dylan, and David is on camera, as always, doing a fantastic job there. We got the Shelby family paddling along behind us, still 2 adults. I'm hoping there's still 2 adults, and 4 ducklings, which is a really, really, really good thing. It is, as always, fantastic having you with us. And yeah, I've got no specific agenda this morning. We're just going to go out. I want to go enjoy myself in the bush for a change, because, you know, I really don't enjoy myself out here. Normally it's a shocking environment to be in. No, I'm just kidding. No, we're going to go out. We're going to actually try and find that, what do you call those birds, David? Goshawks. We're going to try and find those goshawks. There was actually a sighting of goshawks on a nest yesterday, but about 35 kilometers south of us. So that's one is way out of the area that I want to be looking at. I want to find these ones closer to home. So, but the fact that there's another pair on a nest, means these ones will be nesting now, and we need to find that nest. So I will do whatever it takes. I'll just put in some extra hours if I have to, but we need to find that nest, because that's going to kind of like build on the whole picture of what's going on around here with the meerkats, with the shelducks, all these kind of things. And that's the exciting part, is going out and exploring, and let's try and find these things. Some of them are easy to find and others are more difficult, but that's the whole fun of it, you know. That's the excitement of the outdoors. And anyway, so while we're out there, don't be shy, please ask questions. I don't care what they are. Yeah, let's just do this together and enjoy it. So here we go. Andrew, I'm not falling for that. I know what you're trying to do, Andrew. Andrew's asked me, I wonder how cold the water is today. I will not be sucking into that. Okay, I can tell you now that water is cold, but I'm not going to test it. You know, go to your fridge and take out a jug of water and pour it on your head, Andrew. That's how cold this water is. No. But anyway, so while we're here, look at this beautiful stone flake I've got over here. Let me put it down over here. You can actually see it really nicely over there. And there's another one. Two lovely, these will be what we call MSA, middle Stone Age to late Stone Age. LSA, MSA stone flakes. But the amazing thing about these stones, both of them, and there's a whole lot of reasons why I say they're actual tools and that, is that this is a rock type called jasperite. You find it in banded ironstone formations. Neither of these stones originate from Tswalu. Okay, so they're in archaeological deposits over here, but this rock type doesn't occur anywhere on the reserve. That means it's imported material, and these flakes, you're looking at about 20,000 years old. Yeah, 20,000. I did say 20,000 years old, but I can check up that literature just to make sure I read the stuff correctly. And some of it will be a little bit newer, obviously, and some of it will even be older than 20,000 years. But just shows how cool it is. Where the Shelbys are, look at this amazing human history that is here as well.
So these lines are starting to get a little bit more playful. Like, look at this femur, how she's going to just sit on this one's head. Now, earlier on, the ones at the back were moving, and that grabbed this one's attention. So now she's deciding to go and climb the tree. Now she's slightly bigger than the one we saw earlier trying to climb the tree. So let's see how high she'll go up before she eventually realizes that probably the branch off to the left won't be able to hold her weight. Very quickly off. And chances are she might just start stalking one of the siblings. Just look at her behavior. See her shoulder blades as she's tilting her head down. Gordon, based by the size and also by the main, it's hard to say because the whole pride's not here to look at the different ages of the individuals, but these ones, just know, looking at the mane of that male, so you see the one that's just picked up his head, he's a young male, and then that female, they're roughly the same size, so they'll probably be around a year and a half, their age. So that male's only starting to show a bit of mane now, and that's normally from round about anywhere from a year to a year and a half where you start seeing that. There's some lions that sounds that they all. I just wanted to be quiet. It sounded like there's some lions calling. That's where you'll notice the one just picked up his ears and I was looking down in that direction. And I can also hear some Franklin's alarm calling. That might be the rest of the pride that's on their way to come and join up again. Listen. It sounds like there's a lion not too far from where we are. So what I want to do is, we can't hear it properly from where we're sitting now. It's just this distance. Almost, it sounds like a contact call. Just a little bit of a oof, oof, oof. So we'll spend some more time here, and then maybe afterwards we'll go and have a look and see where that noise came from. But look at those two off to the right again, how they just in a very playful mood this morning. So that one there's the young male. The female's the one just lying down at the moment. The lighting is just so beautiful. Even look at this male that's right closer to us here. Just notice the color of the sun on his mane. But also if you look at his pad, or not his pad, more of his, if you look at his front paw, notice those little black markings. So that's where the claws are tucked in. It's only once he stretches, or possibly even when he hunts, that's when he'll use it. But otherwise, it's all tucked in there, keeping it sharp and until he needs to use it. But just look at that. Love that golden brown that fades into a bit of a light brown, dark brown, and then the light patch on the end of the chin. And also see how the mane is slowly starting to develop up towards the ears. You can see there's still a bit of a patch behind the ears where there's not a lot of mane. Also on top of the head. But just enjoying the early morning sun. Miguel, with the lions, it depends on from one pride to another, and I mean, there's no clear age at when they would be able to join. However, what I've noticed, especially, just have a look at how these two are having a bit of a tussle. So what I remember and also have seen quite a bit is normally when lions get to around about a year and a half is when they get actively more and more involved in the hunts. The females tend to start hunting or are involved more in the hunts when they get to around about 2 years, maybe even 2.5 years. But it all depends. I mean, I've seen some prides where that's the case, but I've also seen prides where sometimes the youngsters would move into an open area, the animals would alarm call at the youngsters, and then the adults will then move around and ambush them from the back. So then, technically, they are part of the hunt because they are the ones that causes the distraction. Look at how these two are now staring at one another. The one just waiting for the other one to move before they pounce.
Corky has now plugged the den. But the little ones are trying to squeeze out from behind her. I was talking about the relationship between Corky and Ribbon, which I feel is closer than we might have expected. I wonder if she might actually be next in charge. of course, Ntima would be the next in line for the matriarchy because she's a ribbon's daughter. But the two cubs do outrank Ntima because she's older than the two little ones. But I think Corky has a close relationship with Ribbon. I say relationship because hyenas do have strong bonds and they have a very complex social system. And a well-developed brain. In order to regulate those social behaviors. It is theorized that the more socially complex an animal is, it drives how much their brain develops. And they have a highly developed brain and a highly developed social structure. Now a little quiz on hyenas for you. You know that they are formidable animals, great predators as well as scavengers, and they have done very, very well in the bush. And what is their bite force in PSI? They have a well-developed jaw, a very big, heavy head. So what is their bite force? Use that hashtag CGTNWild or hashtag WildEarth and let me know your answers and we can chat about it. To give you some perspective, a human's bite force is anything between 70 to about 160 PSI. So let me know. Remember, they also have very strong, thick necks. Heavy, conical-shaped teeth. Tell me what you think, what type of force you think they produce. That well-developed structure of the skull, the neck, and the jaws takes a while to develop. So these little cubs will definitely not have the type of bite force that this adult corky does. But they will get there. I think I might stick around here for another segment. And if the cub comes out, then I'll stay around some more. But I think they might actually have been basically put to sleep a little bit, plugged in that in the den. Camo, you'd like to know who the other adult is there apart from Corky? The adult that you're seeing now, or actually, yeah, Swazi. This is Swazi, and he has a sister in Ndebele. He is one of Pretty's cubs. And over there, that is Ribbon, the mother of the two older boys. And there's somebody in the corner there, who's shying away from the camera. So let me know, what is the hyena's bite force in PSI? Use that hashtag CGTNWild or hashtag WildEarth. I'd love to know your answers.
Okay. Welcome back, everyone. As you can see here, we just got different pride of land from this, what we saw earlier. As you can see here, we have 3 sub-adult males, plus a lioness with 2 cubs at the back, and lovely to see these cubs together with the pride. I haven't seen this cubs with the other lions like this. This is a lovely sighting there. We heard audio of a male lion earlier when we were with a different pride, so we were following the male lion. Suddenly just bumped to these ones, which is amazing to see. Look, they're very lazy at the moment. I know the 2 lioness are not here. They must be busy hunting somewhere, which is the mom of these 3. So, as you can see, the cubs are quite curious to looking at these 3 separate males. And then you can see the way they looks like a little bit more like confused. Who are these? But yeah, it looks like they're gonna work nicely together. It's a lovely morning, as you can see, a beautiful sunlight. And then look at that cubs. Look very curious. Look like, what are you? Who are you? And also, if you take a look closer at these cubs, you can see there's a bit more fluffy hair comparing to these other lines. Like a cute face. Wow. Yeah, look at that. It's so amazing sight, and I like these little cubs. And the mom of the cubs, she looks a bit more tired as well. But I can understand.
Now, our cubs are very active this morning, and what they have done, they have walked about 100 meters to a new location, and this, to me, could be their resting den for the better part of the day. There's a nice rock there that would shield them from any wind, and a very good tree that would give them some very good shade. Now, the bigger tree to the left or in the video of the screen now, there's a small well there that I have always known, or rather a spring that has water all around the year. So what they have done, they have taken such a strategic position for the day, shade themselves, and maybe have a drink should they need to. So the whole family has gone there, and that's one of the females, and we call that particular female butternut. I'm very convinced this is where they'll be for the better part of the day. It will be almost impossible to see them later if you come here, having not known there were some cats or lions in this area. They blend in so well, and having such a vantage point, I'm sure before the end of the day, they will have located some prey for themselves. And the only prey I would think they would hunt later will be a wildebeest, because behind us, we got quite a good number of wildebeests. Just notice how they blend in very well. Yeah? The Mara have many habits and wonderful lands. Let's learn more of that.
Africa's unique and stunning ecosystem has been formed over countless eons. The Masai Mara lies in the fertile space between the Great Rift and Western Valleys. Violent tectonic upheaval and volcanic deposits have created a fertile paradise. The soils support nutritious grasslands and savanna, which nourishes an abundance of animals. The highlight of the year is the arrival of the Great Wildebeest Migration. Some 1.5 million of these antelope make their way to the Mara each year. They risk the crocodiles lurking in the river to reach the rich red-oat grass on the other side. Djuma in South Africa's Greater Kruger is even more ancient than the Mara. Its sandy soils support a variety of woodland habitats, made famous by one of the most elusive of cats, the leopard. Its thickets and clearings are also home to Africa's smaller creatures, Each plays a valuable role in this magical South African ecosystem. The colors, textures, smells, and sounds of the Mara and Greater Kruger are equally beautiful but exquisitely unique.
And just knowing all those different ecosystems, seeing a pride of lion within that savanna ecosystem. Now, we're just having a look at this young female that's just decided to come move away and lie down by herself. Now, there were some hyenas behind us earlier, and that caught her attention, so she looked at them for quite a while. I can actually see the one hyena now. What I might just do is, because of the angle at which we are looking at this hyena, I'm just going to, so just bear with me, I'm just going to quickly start the vehicle and just swing around. Just wanted to point out, so the lion is right here, but look at what these lions are looking at the moment. There's a spotted hyena that this young female was looking at the whole time. Like, she's not too fussed about him, but she doesn't feel too safe with him being around, especially if there's more than one. So she's just gotten up, and she might just move closer towards where the rest of the pride is. Yeah, she just decided to move on. I wonder what that hyena is picking up on the ground there. Doesn't look like there's much. I mean, there's not a carcass around here. If there was, the lions would probably have been around it. There would have been signs of blood. But I'm sure they've just been moving in. And because of possibly the fact that the lions are here, the hyenas are just investigating the area to see if there's any possible scraps around. But with the lions, believe it or not, so the other day, when I say the other day, it was a week ago, we were sitting with the pride of lions, and they started roaring. Now, of course, the bigger ones have that very deep, like, as they roar. And the cubs are anywhere from 5 to 6 months old now at the moment, the ones that are the smallest cubs with this pride. And once the lions started roaring, the little cubs joined in. But they, of course, their vocal cords will only really start sounding like an impressive lion once they get to 7 months or maybe even further on, 8, 9 months. But so when that lions, the pride started roaring, all you could hear was these like, oh, oh. So they joined in from a very young age. Unfortunately, they didn't sound like a massive, impressive male, but it's the effort that counts. I just want to reposition the vehicle again so we can have another glimpse of the pride.
We're talking about when lions start to roar. Hyenas start to whoop much younger than I had expected. This little one, Corky's little one, can already whoop. It's a very shaky, high-pitched whoop, but it is a whoop. There's a lot of birds around the den at the moment. Some quiz answers for us. MJ says 420 psi. That's closer to what a lion's bite force is. Peter, you say 2,000 psi. Okay. Chris says 1,100 psi. Chris, congratulations. You have gotten the Bite Force Challenge. You are the winner. It is 1,100 psi. We got 2,000 psi there too. That's closer to hippopotamus. A hippopotamus is about 1,800 psi. And a lion is about 650 psi. So that 1,100 that the hyena has is very, very strong. They also have conical shaped teeth, so it increases the surface area that makes contact with whatever they're biting, so they don't have that stiletto effect as much as predators with really sharp teeth, pointed teeth, which can even increase that bite force. This little one has just come out again. Look how excited it gets. Sounds like Swazi saying no. Now you can't unhear it, right? The sounds of the den are great and complex. So good to listen to it. The Swazi is quite a playful hyena. He always plays with Ribbon's two sons. I wonder if he's just trying to play with this little one. It's excited but a little bit nervous. This little one's pseudopenis or penis is erect at the moment, but it's just so difficult to see whether it's male or female because it's so small. I don't know if you heard the elephants in the background that also sounded like they were screaming, no! See, Cookie had her ears pulled back and her mouth open. That's a submissive behavior. have the mouth open. And that grimace. Also rather nervous behavior. Okay, if this little one goes back in, then I'll move on. If not, I'll stick with them. Sorry, guys, I'm sure we'll get them back in no time. The sights and sounds and the smells of the hyena den just assault your senses, but in a good way. Well, the smells not so much, but definitely the sounds, hearing all of them interact. And the sights. See, this cub is not scared of Tswalu. It's curious, but a little bit nervous. Amazing vocalizations. Alright, it seems that Tswalu wants to see you finally. So let's go.
I'll be here this afternoon. So, as you were saying, we've got a kill over here. This is a gabar goshawk that killed a dove over here, and you can see all the feathers on this branch, and you can actually see the blood on the branch as well. And that's a sure sign. If you can't figure out that this is a kill, then I don't know what. But this is really interesting because I'm saying a gabar goshawk, but it could even be one of these pale chanting goshawks. This large branch, this horizontal branch, is the perfect perch for a bird that's caught another bird. The likelihood of it being a gabar goshawk is actually greater because they are aerial predators on these little passerines, these perching birds there. So the chance is greater that it's probably a gabar goshawk. I have looked very, very carefully on the thing here. If it was an African wildcat, which it could have been an African wildcat, but normally, and not always, but normally you'd actually see evidence of an African wildcat on here in the form of tiny little hairs. Because remember, he won't just sit up and eat. I mean, any of you who've got house cats will see how they feed, and they'll actually be crouched down, sitting, and you'll often get little guard hairs and things caught on, especially on this very, very rough bark. I'm not seeing any of that, so I'm pretty confident that this is a bird of prey that caught this dove. And just looking at the kind of the law of averages, it's probably more likely to have been a gabar goshawk rather than a pale chanting goshawk. But they'll also be nesting now. So the fact that this is here, this is great, great, great news. Now we just need to find the nest. These nests could be anywhere. It's like bush CSI. So the thing now is to actually, in fact, there's a whole lot of other evidence here. You can even tell the direction that the wind was blowing when this kill was made, and that's pretty cool. The wind, I'm going to tell you now, the wind is coming from the east, blowing to the west. When this kill was made, probably late yesterday afternoon, the wind was actually blowing straight out the south because all of the feathers from this bird are scattered. David, if you can actually look down on this side over here, you can actually see all the feathers on the ground here as well. And they actually scattered all along here heading south. So you can actually even not just determine the species that was killed. This is a Cape turtle dove going on the very, very pale feathers there. A laughing dove would have had a lot more pink in them. It's Cape turtle dove, probably killed by a gabar goshawk, and the wind direction was blowing out the south, which we know it was yesterday afternoon. So it's just so cool how you can start piecing these things together. Like I say, the trick now is to actually find the culprit. That'll obviously be a lot more difficult, but not impossible. Their nests are, I'm battling even just to find a pale charging goshawk nest, which are larger than that. These little guys, their nests are so cryptic, they actually often include spider webs underneath the nest. We've got a beautiful spider here, not common yet, but it's called a sociable spider, a communal spider. Stagophagus is the genus. And these little guys, when they collect nesting material, they'll often collect some of the spider webs from the spider, and they pack it into the nest. Those pieces of web often come with live spiders, and then these spiders start actually carrying on weaving their web in and underneath the nest, and that means any leaves falling off the tree get stuck in that web as well, and those nests almost disappear. They become very, very difficult to find. But if we can find one, that would be amazing, because then we're kind of like building on the whole picture. And that. Anyway, long story short, it is just awesome being out here and trying to like piece all of this kind of thing together, because this is really what makes it exciting and fun to be out here. And it's great that you can be with us.
Hello, welcome once again. I'm still parked here along the banks of the beautiful and the one and only river, Mara River, in the Masai Mara. Remember, this is a river that runs through the Mara Game Reserve. It cuts through about 80 kilometers down to the Serengeti and then drains into Lake Victoria. It's got a length of over 200 kilometers all the way down to Lake Victoria. It starts at a source called Mau Escarpment at an elevation of about 3,000 meters and comes down, giving livelihood to very many animals that depend on water. The water color is always the same, never changing, never, getting clear. Cameron, you ask if the crocodiles leave the hippos alone? Definitely they do. Although the inexperienced and hunger pushes them sometimes when they are tempted to go for young hippos, and when that happens, there is trouble, and who wins? Always it is the hippo. But there is a mutual understanding. Over the years, they have found respect for one another, so they don't bother one another very much. I was talking about the color of the water. It's always the same, never changing. The level of water is moderately low. There we got a crocodile. I think it's going to be coming out later. Remember, these are pure predators, residents of most lakes and rivers in Africa, and here they're the main carnivores or predators in these Mara River waters. So this is a river you don't go swimming, and we don't do it. Although in my earlier years, I was tempted a few times to dive in, and I did survive, but I wouldn't advise anybody to do that right now. I think we have more crocodiles now than 25 years, 30 years ago. Here are the other residents of this water. So there is life in this water, and also there is fish. It is said that these hippos sometimes contaminate this water with their droppings, reducing the oxygen level. Hence, we don't have that many fish in this water. And that is true because our research was done a few years back. I'm still here at the river. When you get thirsty and want to see the river, want to hear about the river, I'll be here.
Welcome back again, everyone. We are still here with a lovely sighting with the lions. As you can see, the cubs just like comes close to mom. Start suckling now. As you can see, she's just having a breakfast actually. Mom is so happy to have them around. Wow, look at that lovely sighting there. Doesn't look like they're thinking of going anywhere. They're all calm, relaxed. Look how she's even scratching them, grooming them. Wow, this is a lovely time in the morning. This is very important to have that suckling like that. And as you can see, Mom also, she let them do it. Wow, this is a cool. Everyone relaxed. Yeah, this is an amazing sighting, guys. We are honest to see the little cub like that, together with the pride. They just start getting along, which is good. Yeah, look at the mom. She's just like trying to, because the cubs they were trying to get closer to these three younger males, and because the mom, she won't be comfortable to let them closer, because she's not too sure what the male is going to do to the cubs. She making sure she would defend them if the male started doing something bad to the cubs. So she was like being a good mom, like everyone else. And as you can see, like far behind us, I'm sure you won't be able to see that, but there was some head of buffalo. I'm sure the lion, they haven't seen them yet. We'll just see here, we're just standing by here to see if the buffalo come around. But sometimes the buffalo herd, they will chase these lions. Especially the mom, she have to be more careful because she has small cubs. And I hope the buffalo, when they see them, they'll run away. Yeah, it looks like they're going to sit here and wait and see what's going to happen.
The adults are getting up. That's Comet. That was the one that was sitting down that we could barely see. It was Comet. Ribbon's up and gone. Comet is up and gone. These other two will be gone soon too. So I thought, let's have one last nice segment. Corky's little one is out, but the other two, not yet. They tend to poke their heads out as soon as all the adults leave. Just have a look. Swazi scent marking there. Janet, you'd like to know if this call has a specific meaning? I've heard this call mostly. Mostly when they're trying to call each other. Especially when speaking, communicating with little cubs. They do this with each other as adults as well, but it's a little bit more high-pitched. The low-pitched one seems to be something associated with calling cubs. This is not a stressful interaction, even though the cub may seem a little bit scared. It's just a little bit nervous. It gets very excited when Tswazi comes up to it. You can see it moves very quickly, kind of twitches. Like I said before, Tswazi is very playful, so I think that maybe he just wants to get to know the cub. Vicky, if you can get a shot of the pseudo-penis or penis of this cub, let's see if we can get an idea of its gender, its sex. Of course now, it's hiding itself. Okay, it looks a little bit Frida, a little bit rounder. Rounded, but it is very difficult to see. At the moment, if I had to put my money on a male or female, I'd say female, but it is so difficult to tell at the moment. Anyway, there are tracks of Thandi not too far away, so I'd like to go and follow up on those and leave these guys to enjoy the rest of their day.
Good luck, Trishella, and hopefully you're going to catch up with the queen of that area, the leopardess Thandi. I left my lions once they climbed that huge rock, and I think they want to rest there, and I thought, well, I'll give you space, maybe we'll see you later in the afternoon. But let's look what we came into or found. A very majestic bull elephant there, just walking through the plains or the savannah of the Masai Mara. Earlier, you remember, we're looking at the geography of the Masai Mara, and we touched on this one very special habitat of this area. The wildebeest, as usual, as they migrate, sometimes a single file, as you can see there, but if you look carefully, there seem to be two files that are meeting there, one going one way and the other going the opposite direction. Nothing out of the ordinary. That's wildebeest for you. And amongst these herds of wildebeest, they usually have small tribes or small little clusters that are related. And depending on the decision they have made, like we guys are going this way, and the other herd will go the other way. And I'm very happy all of you are saying beautiful, and is such a sight. Now, those zebras took off because not very far from where we are, we got some two lionesses, and I think they're the ones that spoke to those wildebeest to head away from where we are. Rolene, we got quite a number of crossing points along the Mara River, close to where we are in the Mara Triangle. We got four major ones. And it's like yesterday, not sure, Rolene, you're watching, we saw a very big crossing on one side that we call Bond 2. We had a major crossing there. So four are the main ones, but Lauren, I'll tell you, this wildebeest will cross from any point. Now, what took attention of that one lioness? It's always very interesting that this cat sometimes will see what we do not see. Of course, if it's a wildebeest or any big prey, I will know. But it could be something small like a pig, like a warthog. Or maybe because of the wind that's blowing. Of course, with all the wind blowing, it could pick something like, ooh, there was a movement there. But for me, I don't think she's watching anything. Now, these two lionesses here are part of the pride that we were watching earlier, the Owino pride. We should be having three here because we had one earlier, but I don't know where the third one is. I got a feeling they must have eaten. I'm looking at about, 1 kilometer apart between these two lionesses and the main pride, with the female with the cubs and the big male and the young male. It's normal, and they are in touch, and they don't go very, very far because they need to keep their strength by staying together. Now look at them in their angles, the way they're staying. One is facing one side, and the other one is facing another side. Lisa, how are you today? You'd like to know what part of the Mara we are in. We are in the Mara Triangle. The Mara is massive. The Mara is huge. The other side of the Mara, we call it the Greater Mara. And I'm sure, Lisa, you may be knowing why we call it the Mara Triangle. We call it the Mara Triangle because if you look the shape of a triangle, that's how the boundaries of this game reserve look like. One side of that triangle is the Olololo escarpment where we were before. The Mara River, where Isaac is, forms the other boundary that's all you can see there. And the other arm of the triangle is the boundary between Kenya and Tanzania, or the boundary between the Masai Mara Game Reserve and Serengeti National Park. That's how we end up by calling this area the Mara Triangle. In general, it's a huge area, both of them combined. Lisa, I'm talking about 1,500 square kilometers. Everything is the same. I mean, that side of the Mara, the Greater Mara, where we are in the Mara Triangle, everything is practically the same, but it got rather different management. Now, I'm going to give you a view and give you an idea where Isaac could be, or where the river is from the tree line, from where we are. So all what you see down there, that is southeast of the Mara, and the huge tree line coming there past that road where that car is moving, that is the Mara River. Very rich game reserve. You could have 3-5 different people and enjoying or having different game or different sightings. Andrew, you say you're enjoying the tree, and that's exactly what Bunga is showing you, Andrew. Many thanks for that great comment. And remember, ladies and gentlemen, your comments are always welcome. Questions too, and you can do that by tweeting #CGTNWild or #WildEarth. So the other side of the tree line is what I'm calling the Greater Mara. And that's the one arm or one boundary of the Mara Triangle from the other side. So behind us where we are is the Olololo escarpment, and to my right or top right of your screen will be going to Serengeti, or the boundary between Kenya and Tanzania. Serengeti and Masai Mara, more or less the same ecosystem, nothing different. Savannah being the most or the biggest habitat. Well, we'll move on and get close to the river, because I could be at a different crossing point from where Isaac is, and you could have different sightings.
Once more, same spot, same story, but it is nature. I cannot program it. I cannot plan for it. I just have to be somewhere and hope something is gonna appear. What have you seen there, James? Oh, hippo. Look at that. It looks like a log. That could be a male that has been ousted by the main male because competition maybe was too high, and he was an unwanted because he was giving the dominant male a run for his money, and so he's been chased off. It is typical to find them confined to small areas or pools, and sometimes even outside of water, because they have been beaten and they have serious wound. If they stay in deep water, fishes and even small crocs will continue making those wounds, worse, and so they prefer to be out in the open like that. And a few more, and that I would say maybe that is the main pod, and that's where he's been chased from. Yeah, from there is where they normally stay, and then come to my, close to my right there, there's a bank where they come to rest. I've seen them over the years. Beautiful Egyptian geese flying there. Yeah, they're also residents. They live along this Mara River. And look what just appeared. Those are Egyptian geese. And shortly, James is gonna share something that I didn't expect, but it's just appeared to our left. We have our first visitors to the river this morning, and they are zebra. Remember, during this time of the year, I haven't seen any crossing in this crossing. Last year I did see a few, but this year I haven't seen. So it is not guaranteed, just like I normally say every day, but you never know. It might be our day. So Heidi, you asked me at what age a young wildebeest can survive after losing its mother from a crossing. As long as it's not eaten, it is able to survive even after 2 months, because it's already eating grass and there's always water. What happens is that it will look very malnourished for a very long time, and the growth will be stunted for a very long time until it overcomes, that stage. Maybe at 6 months, that's when it's going to start growing. But they will survive if they're not taken by lions, crocodiles, or cheetahs in the plains or in the water. So they still have a chance, but very much like we do, if you don't get all the nutrition value you need from your mom, from the milk, there's a certain way, you don't look okay for a while. Then after, especially, there's nobody to take care of you, then, they look okay. Yeah, that is my answer. Look at the zebra. This has been the norm, them arriving. Yesterday one got into the water and then came back. I cannot blame them, like I always say. It's always interesting to see what, they're going to do. Yeah, let's hope, they're gonna cross, but I'm gonna be hanging around here in case they go through. We will share it with you.
What luck, guys? It's Tandy. This is such good luck. I'm so glad that we managed to get her. In fact, just when I said to you that I'm going to leave the hyena den and have a look for her, we just left and she was called in. So that was just excellent timing for us. Now, this is a very busy sighting. Obviously, everyone wants to see her. So we won't be able to spend too much time with her. But there she goes. She's actually heading towards the Mulwati at the moment, which is interesting because it's possible that she may have stashed her cub there. Such a pleasure to see a leopard. I feel like it's been too long. For me, last time I saw a leopard was only 6 days ago. I mean, that's way too much for me. There she goes. All right, let's try and get a little bit closer. Everybody's happy to see her. I'm happy to see her too. I think our timing was perfect. We got to spend a good amount of time at the den. And now we got just in the nick of time for Tandy. Well, I'm going to reposition. Hopefully we'll get a nice front view of her.
Yeah, welcome back. These guys are filling their tummies with a well-deserved drink. Maybe they haven't had a drink for a day or two. They need water almost every day, and this looks like one big dozzle. Could be a stallion and his mares, joined by one toppy. This might not be the crosses of the day, but who am I to say anything? Yeah, I don't know if he spotted a crocodile in the murky waters. It is hard to say, but through experience they know that when they have their muzzle in the water, the crocodile can leap out and grab them even when they're fleeing, and so they have to be very careful. See that? She is being very careful. It's like, whoa, is it here? Is it here? Is it here? Yeah, it's amazing, that behavior. They know that it is dangerous. Yeah, look at that, I feel sorry for them. You can't drink even a drink of water. Every day is just constant worry, because there is a chance that crocodile is sitting there underneath the water. Crocodiles are masters of stealth. They can move without making a ripple, and they can disguise themselves because they can stay underwater up to an hour, staying quietly and still, and then leaping out at lightning speed, grabbing, whatever is there, even if it's on the move. And the grip, it's like a vice. It will cling on to whatever they hold and then pull it slowly towards water. Usually the animal dies of panic and drowning. Yeah, look at that, you can tell how scared he is. He knows it is dangerous. You can tell that how he was stretched. He was ready to jump backwards or even, pull whatever is going to hold him backwards. This is the experience they have learned over the years. Remember, this is the beautiful Bachel zebra. It's found here in the Masai Mara and very widespread in East and Central Africa. We have other species related to them in Southern Africa. In Northern Kenya, we have one unique one, very thin striped and very beautiful, called the gravy zebra. It's on the endangered species list. Only about plus minus 500 left in the whole world. Hopefully someday we will be able to share it with you. But this is the Bachel zebra, and having a drink is actually a problem. Can you imagine that? Helen, did you ask if there is a safe place for them to cross? There isn't. Sorry, I didn't get that. Okay, but if you're asking if they have a safe place to cross, there isn't. Every place is infested with crocodiles. No, it is not safe. That's why they're very careful. They have to be very careful, and you can tell it's through experience. They know it is not safe at all. Yeah, she's being very careful. That one there, I don't blame her. Okay, there comes another one. This is very typical when they drink in this kind of waters. It's very different when they drink out in the open. You sometimes see them go inside and drink the water with their bodies submerged. But in the Mara River, the behavior totally changes, because I think they have lost, members of their families. And so they are very aware. Look at that. Look how she look. Yeah, not happy at all. Yeah. Anyway, I'm staying here just in case they decide to take a leap. We'll be right back with you.
Tandy is hidden in the grass there. The impala nearby are going crazy. She's very low. She's almost underneath the vehicle on the other side. The impalas have stopped alarming now. Which means that maybe she'll start to move. She's so well hidden. Now she's very used to cars. I've had her actually go underneath my vehicle, right at my feet, which makes your heart stop. You can see just how well hidden she is that you can't even see her. Hopefully she'll reveal herself in a bit. There she is.
Well, hello everybody. Welcome to Tswalu Private Game Reserve, where we've been missioning around for some time this morning, and we have finally come across a lioness of the Djuma Pride and one of the cubs. Now, the tracks of the Pride from yesterday have all gone away towards the other side, to one of the other properties, and but we managed to find one lioness with a cub. We spoke about it 2 mornings ago, about how when these lions go hunting, how they often get split up. Oh, it's been a long night, little one. They often can get split up, and to find a cub on its own would be hard for the little cub. But the cub would attach itself to the lioness, and that lioness will eventually find the Pride. Probably not this morning, maybe by this evening, or at least by tomorrow morning they will catch up again by doing little contact calls. But as long as she's with this one, she will be fine. And there we spoke, yes, everyone's happy to see the Djuma Pride. Well, only 2 of them, I suppose. It does comprise a Pride with just 2. But we spoke yesterday morning, I did anyway, about sitting on top of termite mountains, how leopards will do so, and how lions will do so to get a nice vantage point. And there you can see the cub is looking at us, whereas the adult on the right is definitely trying to spy out some food. It's a very handy strategy when the vegetation is very dense and very thick. You can just sit there patiently and wait for some movement. Something that leopards do all the time. Cheetah do it in the Mara. And then once you've spotted something, you can slink down and try and intercept wherever it's headed to. And where we are now is just a little bit up the drag from the Simbambili watering hole. So it would be a place where animals would be moving through the day to go down and drink. So if the sun doesn't get too warm, these 2 individuals would have a nice time on top of the termite mound. But the sun has burned through the clouds that were holding for quite some time, and now it has definitely started to get a little warmer. But we're going to be staying right here with our Djuma Pride.
So we've finally managed to locate a grey giant that has left a lot of fallen trees in the road for Sebastian and I this morning. So we have been playing habitat management team and clearing all the roads. But here is the culprit. And luckily he's not throwing any more branches, although he might pick up this dead bush willow tree and toss it onto the road for us. He seems to be feeding on the roots of this tree at the moment. He's a lovely, gentle giant, but a young boy, though. And I suspect he is going to be quite cheeky with us, too. Normally, elephants of this age like to have a little bit of fun. Madge, yes, elephant bulls are often on their own, especially when they get to anywhere between about 15, 16, 17, 18 years old. It kind of depends on what happens. But so obviously elephants are born within a family group, and they'll live out most of their days there, especially if you're a female. But if you're a male, you don't stay in the herd for your whole life. So you normally, I suppose, you get a bit boisterous, and when you start to hit sexual maturity, and it becomes a bit frustrating for everybody in the herd. The big elephants don't really tolerate the young bulls. They start to push and shove the youngsters around and get too keen on any females and estrus. And obviously the big cows don't want to mate with a very young bull. They want the best possible genetics. So they eventually get forced out, or they're just unwanted, and they move further and further away from the herd, and then they just meet up with other young bulls. And it does sound like there's a couple of other elephants feeding in this area. I can just hear some branches breaking off to the left, but I can't see any other elephants. But there's a group of about 8 or 9 elephant bulls that have been hanging around, and we see them fairly regularly. Everybody's just disappeared for the last 2 days because we've had such miserable weather. None of the animals particularly enjoy wind, so I think they've just gone into some lower lying valleys where we couldn't get into. But now that the sun has come out, I think that they'll slowly start pushing back to their regular favorite feeding spots and drinking spots, which is of course right outside the eco training camp. So I think today, and maybe this afternoon safari, it could be quite good. But doesn't it surprise you how elephants can eat such rough vegetation? I mean, it's not delicious, it's not green, it's not full of nutrients, and there he is specifically going after roots. But at this time of the year, that's where you're going to get a bit of moisture. There is going to be some moisture in those roots, so that's what he's chewing on now. You can just see it stick every now and then, one in his mouth, and he's already looking for the next piece. So that's why elephants will push trees down. Especially, it's a behavior that is seen during dry seasons, so for winter, for us in this part of South Africa. And I know it sounds like they're destroying the trees and things like that, but they need to be able to, find food that has the best nutrient and vitamin content, because it's quite tough for them. And they're rather large animals, so they need to eat 5% of their body weight every single day. And when there's not much leaves around and the grass is, all brown and brittle, the next best thing, of course, is to start feeding on the roots or to start stripping bark from the trees. But if you do have an overpopulation of elephants, then yes, this can be very destructive to an area. And Mark, you've pointed out how beautiful the skin texture is of this particular elephant. It is. It's fantastic. And, it's really important for an elephant to have those wrinkles. I say wrinkles, but I suppose they're not really wrinkles. It's sort of just loose skin. And all those little crevices will help with keeping the elephant cool, especially when an elephant goes and has a mud wallow, which is great. That mud gets stuck in there for longer, therefore protecting it from the sun as well. I suppose just holding the moisture in. They don't sweat like you and I, so they need to cool themselves down with water. Not only just drinking it, but also showering it over their bodies. And then, of course, like I said, elephants love to wallow. Look at those long eyelashes, too. Very, very thick. They're not, I suppose they are long, but they're maybe not they're not super long. I suppose like humans, some have longer lashes than other people. But they are coarse. And he's got a couple of little wounds on his face, too. So I don't know if he's maybe been having tussles with the other young bulls, which wouldn't be an unheard of thing.
Welcome back to Simbabili, everybody. We've still got our lions on top. Simbabili, actually, if you translate that in Swahili, means 3 lions. So here we have 2. So we're not far off. We all know Simba from the Lion King, don't we? And Mbambili means 3. And we got a sleepy little cub. This is one of the middle of the range, not the 2 older boys and not the youngest cub. It's one of the 5 or 5, 6, 7. It's hard to keep up sometimes. One of the 7. I'm not 100% sure if on the other side of the Terma Mound there isn't another cub. I think it's just the one. We are in a spot where we have signal, and if we move over there, I think we might lose it. Very interested, though. The cubs on the top is probably the first time it's been alone without all the other naughty cubs in the pride. I suppose you do feel a little bit more nervous when you're the smallest one around. Okay, so everybody, we got a little bit of a quiz for you this morning. Now, it's got nothing to do with lions. It's got to do with the termite mound, and I hope this isn't too easy. But as we pan out, I wonder if any of you can tell me, as a large group, what type of termite is that builds a mound like that? There's only really 3-4 different types. So it's a very, very, very obvious answer. I definitely discussed it yesterday morning. So if you're watching yesterday morning's show, you'll probably be able to get the type of termite. I'm not looking for a species name or a genus name or anything, just the type of termite. A nice common name will do. If you can get that answer, send it through to #WildEarth or #CG10Wild. Let me know your answers. Very important termite mounds for these areas, obviously, for the relationships that they have themselves only, but then with so many species of animal. And here the lions are using it in the mound itself in a symbiotic relationship known as commensalism, whereby the termite mound is not being impacted at all, but it is benefiting the lions by giving them a little bit of elevation. Nice place to just sit and to watch the world go by, isn't it? Oh. Okay, well, we're going to sit here with our lions, and it is starting to get hot. Maybe they'll come down in a moment.
This girl is just posing beautifully for us. She's looking particularly stunning this morning. The light is falling on her lovely eyes. Look at her. How she's stashed her cub not too far away at all. Hopefully she'll call him out. The bird you can hear in the background is a green wood hoopoe. Isn't she just stunning? If you want to identify Thandi, and you're looking at a whole lot of leopards, she's quite easy to identify. The first thing we'd look for is, of course, that she's a 3-3 female. So that means that above her whiskers, there's 3 spots on one side and 3 spots on the other side. Now, the thing that I look for most with Thandi is these really dense arrangement of spots that almost look like she is a rugby player or football player, and she's put black underneath her eyes, but it's a dense arrangement of spots just below the lighter fur that's at the base of her eyes. And the more you get to know the leopards and the more you see them, you'll actually be able to tell straight away, especially the one that we see fairly often. And we get to see a lot of leopards out here. We're very, very lucky. The Sabi Sands has a very high density of leopards. And now that she's flat, maybe we can learn a little bit more about leopards in this area and in Africa.
The keys to a solitary leopard's survival are territory, food, and mating rights. The scent of buttered popcorn marks their territorial boundaries. With its borders secure, the leopard looks to satisfy its hunger. A perfectly adept predator, the leopard uses its camouflage to capitalize on its immediate habitat. Superb eyes detect the slightest of movement. Sensitive ears discern the softest footfall. Dagger canines throttle prey while razor claws tear and grip. powerful shoulders and neck muscles allow leopards to hide their kills in trees away from the other predators. If they can, they'll hoist their kills into the safety of a nearby tree's branches. If a kill is left on the ground, thieves are never far off. But trees are not only a good pantry, they are crucial for safety. Wild dogs, hyenas and lions will kill leopards without a second thought. This spotted cat's climbing skills are vital to its survival and predatory success.
It's kind of funny if you really go down to the nitty and gritty. There are a lot of similarities between leopards and elephants, like their amazing camouflage. Elephants blend in very well. You'll be surprised how often you just drive straight past them, and they're enormous. But anyways, when they're feeding in amongst the trees and are being quiet, you can, of course, miss them. But our young male has not moved very much at all. He's still just devouring the roots from this red bush willow that is no longer. Can you hear him chewing as well? We might have to wait till he puts that piece of root in his mouth again and starts crunching. Nope. Bite it. No, he's not playing ball today. But there we go, you can hear the snapping. So that's something very important as a safari guide to do, is to actually just stop and listen. You know, when you're having those very quiet mornings and you can't really seem to find anything, or I suppose just as you driving around every now and then, it's good to just pause for a couple of minutes and listen, because the animals will tell you so much, whether it's a bird or a squirrel giving an alarm call that there is a predator around, or if you have been searching for a breeding herd of elephants or just even an elephant bull. They are fairly noisy feeders, and you might hear them crunching down on something like that. So, just by listening, you can really start to find so many amazing things out in the bush. And not only were we tracking him, but using his footprints on the road, but that's exactly what we did. We did stop and we listened and we heard him.
Hello everybody, you're back with us. Our lion has decided to go charging off over there. They came down the Terma Mound as anticipated. With the change in the weather, it starts to get a little bit warmer. I was just having a chat with one of the guides now, and he seems to tell me that this is not even an Nkuhuma female. So I haven't had a very good look at her face yet. I thought she was, by the fact we were called into an Nkuhuma female with a cub. But we're going to go have a little look. I know many of our viewers at home have got ID kits of all of these animals. Will be able to tell us very quickly if this is indeed an Nkuhuma lioness or not. The rest of the pride is elsewhere currently. So she's moving to go get some shade. Great, so some quiz answers coming through. Hello, Angie. You reckon it was a white termite mound? Well, many people actually use the name white ant as a sort of a reference for a termite, but that's definitely not what I was looking for. That is a very broad name. James said a fungus-growing termite. Now, James, you are almost 100% correct, but there's one more word in that fungus-growing termite that's required to make it what we're looking for. Rachel, now harvested termites do not use mounds like that. They actually just basically put everything on the ground, and they don't need the mounds. The mounds are, sorry there, Theo, the mounds are designed for creating the greenhouse effect for the fungus. So they definitely are a fungus grower. And we get two types. We get the large fungus growing and the common And I'm almost certain that these large termite mounds are associated with the large fungus-growing termite. Very good. So we are out, and our lion has crossed the road into what I think is going to be a poor signal area. You got them. Okay, just over there. Someone's dropped a beanie on the road. Okay, well, we're going to just stop over here, give you one last view of our lioness through the bushes over here. And I'm sure they're just moving off towards the shade.
Well, lions everywhere, and for us now is wildebeest time. We're doing lots of herds of the wildebeest, and I'm just looking on the shiny coats of these herds here. And if you look carefully, the grass here is much greener rather than where we were before, and you can tell they're very busy feeding. It's not very hot, and for that reason they'll take the advantage of the low temperatures. Soft grass, still a bit wet, has lots of moisture in it, and you can tell all these animals look very prime. You can see how good looking they are, how healthy they are. Like the big grass you see there that they're avoiding, that's the elephant grass. Normally not very palatable, not very nutritious. Even the elephants themselves don't eat it. There's a heron just in the midst of this wildebeest, and I'm not sure it's very impressed by these huge animals, and it's a black-headed heron, I guess. You can just see the neck, and you can see how they are harassing her. She's being moved from left to right. Yeah, black-headed heron. If you look carefully, you might think it's part of a snake. And most likely she is also hunting, and they feed on some invertebrates that they may get in very wet areas. That area, I think she's in a small drainage and could be having some water, and she could be looking for anything, including insects. Excuse me, the other day I saw a heron like this, a black-headed heron that caught itself a mouse, and I didn't catch the actual, hunt itself, but I found the mouse in the mouth of the heron, held it there, squeezing, I think, killing it for the last few seconds, and I thought it might take about 3-5 minutes to swallow it, but it took less than 10 seconds to bring it down to the tummy. I mean, that was quite something. Very quick, and casting the final control so that, and before even we framed it, it was already in the belly. They're always very patient hunters, the herons, very slow, and they take the time before they get to the target or before they attack their prey. We've seen them hunting snakes too. And the tree line you just saw there a few seconds ago is close to the Mara River, and that is my destination.
Thandi is so well hidden now, very well hidden, but her scent is not in a hyena, has followed her close by. Can't see who it is just yet. But it's looking in the opposite direction as if to say, I'm not following you, Thandi. No. Can you hear that? Psh. That was an impala. Now it's a cacophony. Oh, psh, psh, psh. Yes, I'm sure you can also hear the people who are closer to me than the impalas. Now, this game can go on for very, very, very long. I have followed her on a hunt for 2 hours, 3 hours, and she still will not get a kill at that point. So this is a long, long waiting game. Now the impalas can't see her, but they can most definitely smell her, just like the hyena had smelled her out. So they actually can't figure out the direction just yet. They're looking all around, but they can't figure out the direction. Gosh, she's so well hidden. Problem is that even though the impalas can't see her, they're certainly going to be extra alert. And she needs to get very, very close to her prey because she is an ambush predator. Okay, well, she seems to be so well hidden now that we can't actually see her. And there is, like I said, it's a very busy sighting, so there's a line up, and I'm going to have to leave now. We're going to try and get one last visual as we move off. What do you say? Okay, she's just on the other side of quite a thick bit of grass here. I'm just going to have to hold on, everybody, because there's a lot of logs. Vicky, you have some extra height on you. You may be able to see before I can. And I'm stuck. Let's try that again. There we go. There we go. All right. Thandi, show yourself for one last time. There we go. You see her there, BK? Last beautiful view of Thandi, and we're going to be out. I'm so glad that we actually got to see her.
Welcome back to the river stake. Same situation, same position. Only life here is the water is flowing beautifully. This river starts from the Mao, like I said, and many animals cross it during the migration. At the moment there is 0, so be prepared when you come for the migration season, when everything is back to normal, and be prepared mentally that crossings are not guaranteed. Little victim, thank you for your question and keeping me busy here at the river stake. I hope you're very well this morning. You asked me if it's easier to take a wildebeest or a zebra here at the crossing. From my experience, wildebeest give up very fast and they don't put up a fight. I have seen zebra crossing and they really put up a fight. I once saw zebra that got it was held by the front leg and it managed to turn around and it beat the crocodile, and the crocodile let go. He managed to get to the other side but had a serious wound, which I think he did survive. And so zebras do put up a fight, and they're less, they're harder to get for the crocodiles. I also have seen, a zebra that the crocodile got hold of it by the tail, and it continued fighting. It eventually lost, most of his tail. And so, zebras have got more will to fight, more will to survive, more than the wildebeest. The wildebeest give up very, very quickly. Yeah, that is my answers. Yeah, that was a hippo. They are able to stay underwater up to 5 minutes under threat. They have very strong muscles on their nostrils, able to, hold them tight while underwater, surprisingly. What do you see there, James? Oh, it's a heron. He's facing away, blends in very well to the rocks. It's a black-headed heron. Very still. Maybe there's a frog or a snake. He's, waiting for it to come down. I'm waiting for something to come, so don't go anywhere.
Welcome back, everyone. We are still here. As you can see, our lion just watching us. As you can see, the cub's just lying next to his mom, and the mom haven't gone anywhere yet. She's just sitting here relaxing, and right behind it there's also these 3 Samaran males. They're also lying flat there. Only thing you can see for them moving with just the ears, trying to disturb these flies, just to keep on rotating them. Otherwise, there's nothing really around. As you can see, the mom just lying flat again. She's just enjoying the morning sunlight, which is beautiful morning as well. It's been very cold overnight. I don't blame them to just keep themselves warm for another go for later. Otherwise, well, it's been a bit more quiet around. We're still waiting for the other 2 lioness. They went away and for hunting. We're hoping they will do something better wherever they are. Look at the cub just changing position, going to join his brother there, the little brother. Because now they must be, because they're still young. They can feel the heat quite quickly comparing to the mom. So that's why he's trying to move into the tall grass like that. But yeah, they're keeping the eye to the mom all the time. This is a lovely spot anyway, and it's beautiful over this mountain. It's also a lucky morning. We've been lucky this morning with a different pride. But these ones are just lying, lazing around for now. But they look quite thin if you look at their bellies. But I don't blame them. This is a good area for normally a lot of general game around this place. So they are in a good area. Anything can happen anytime. Like, as you can see how open here, warthogs and things like that in the morning, they like to move across and graze, and sometimes digging the roots for the grass. If there's lioness or one of these sabarat spot that will be something different. Well, we're just waiting. As you can see, one of the calves keep on moving up and down, changing position. Look at that one, trying to get to the mom, to the male. Mom, she's just looking at that. We'll just sit and wait and see what's happening.
So we've managed to find another elephant. And of course he's gone the other way. We just repositioned so that we could have a nice clear view of him. But now he's walked straight into the bushes. But we have got some greenery, which is nice. So he's feeding on a different plant than the red bush willow that the other young elephant bull was eating. This one is eating an African wattle. So it still has its leaves. Although they're okay to eat, I suppose. I mean, they're not amazing, but I suppose it's better than nothing at this time of the year. But this is a slightly older elephant bull by a few years, and we've also seen him. And the reason how I know that I've seen this elephant a few times is because of that very characteristic broken tusk. Can you see there? So he's broken that, it looks like a very long time ago. It could have been from pushing and shoving another elephant around, or maybe pushing a tree over. Any one of those types of reasons. But also broken tusks are not uncommon with elephants. I suppose they use them as digging tools and all sorts of things, so it's only natural that they do get some kind of damage. Where are you going, boy? Come out into the open. We had such a nice view of you. But something else that's been happening with this elephant is that he's got some friends in the form of birds, but they're all just frolicking about on the floor down to the right of him. There's a pair of starlings. I couldn't see if they were Cape Glossy starlings or if they were greater blue-eared starlings, but they're the most beautiful birds. You might be able to see them just in there. There we go. There's one just hopping around, and if the sun does poke back from behind the clouds, you'll see it's got beautiful bright blue iridescence on its feathers, but they're not cooperating right now. But much like the fork-tailed drongos were doing the other morning with the giraffe, is they are also catching all the insects that are being disturbed by the elephant. And I thought after the bouts of rain that we had last night that we would maybe have some insect life, but we haven't been seeing them for quite some time. Look how this elephant has now got his head raised. So he's slightly agitated with us, but just him being an elephant. Hey! Sorry, I'm just shouting at him because he's being ugly. Naughty. Don't be rude. Unnecessary. We're going to leave him carry on and just do his thing. This is, again, very typical of young elephant bulls, just to get a bit on the boisterous side, and they like to throw their weight around. Hey! Hey! Sorry, everybody. He's being very cheeky. So I know it sounds like, Taylor, why are you shouting at that elephant? And literally all you have to do with them is when they do get a little bit cheeky, because remember they've been sort of told that they can't live with the breeding herds anymore, so they now want to show everybody else.
Hey, stop it.
No, man. I don't know why he's being so naughty. Sorry, everyone. I'm just going to reverse a little bit just to show him that I'm not scared of him and that he cannot learn to chase cars, because that's when you get some real problems. So this is another very important thing that we have to do as guides, is that because sometimes what happens is that, come now, man, relax. Stop your nonsense. These bulls do learn that they can chase vehicles because, people might reverse away and panic, which is normal, of course, when an animal that weighs a fair few tons comes charging towards you. But if you do that, they kind of win and they go, oh, okay, that worked. If I put my ears out and I run towards you, even though I don't really mean that I'm going to do anything to you, it's just a mock charge, is what we would call it. No. Stop. So look what he's doing. So how he's banging the branches and stuff like that. He's literally trying to scare us. So it's like if you were in a fight with someone, before you were to fight, you'd maybe start shouting at them to try and, I suppose, scare your opponent so that they didn't want to actually engage in a battle with you. Because if you physically fight with one another, you run the risk of injuring yourself, and then you might be so injured that you can't carry on living. So elephant uses its size, it opens its ears, it pushes over trees to try and show you that it is boss. But we can't let an elephant like this think that it can chase cars, because it will cause a huge problem, and we definitely don't want that. But now he's now moved off. He's admitted that he's been defeated in the sense that he didn't win. He didn't chase us away. So we have to do these kinds of things. It doesn't happen very often, and it's always almost always with young elephant bulls like that are sort of late teens into their early 20s. But that's the whole thing about guiding, is that you learn these amazing skills and you don't actually ever have to harm an animal. All you have to do is sometimes just raise your voice when you have to, or bang an unnatural sound. There's no metal out in nature, so a tinging sound is normally something that can deter them. But that is a good learning curve for that bull that we won't be bossed around. I don't know, okay? Oh, still live with us. Sorry, everybody. Apologies for that. we're going to just carry on driving. That elephant bull has moved away now. But this is part of that bachelor herd of elephants that I was telling you about, that there are a couple of them. So the rest might be already a little bit further ahead. So I'm going to take this road and see if we can actually meet up with them, because I think that they might be on their way to Ndlovu Dam.
Luckily for us, we've managed to stay with Thandi just a little bit longer, because other vehicles were delayed, which works great for us. But she's been a bit of a sleepy girl, and I don't think she's too interested in hunting just yet. Though the impalas were close by, they have moved off, having picked up her scent. But the hyena is still nearby. That's why when I see hyenas on a mission, especially by themselves, it's always a good idea to just keep an eye on them, because they might just lead you to a leopard. There she's closing those eyes, just a little sleepy, and the sun is just amazing at the moment. That early morning soft warmth that the sunlight brings, really, really illuminating that beautiful skin, or rather fur. You can see that there's a spot towards her face, but as you go down her body, they become rosettes. Chief, you'd like to know how leopards react to snakes? I'm not sure. I know, well, not to small snakes. I do know that we've had a number of kills. I can particularly remember Tinganas. I think it was twice. That Tingana, which is a big male leopard in this area, we haven't seen for a while, but I hope that we will. He had 2 python kills in the last year. Pretty sure it was in the last year. So obviously they must react with salivating mouths and a hungry belly, but definitely not scared of taking down a snake like that. But as for small snakes and venomous snakes, whether they're able to differentiate, because some animals can, and that's learned behavior. I'm not sure how they'd react to seeing, say, a black mamba, or coming across a boomslang in a tree, or even a puff adder on the ground. Very few things scare leopards from my experience being with them, and I find that they're curious more than anything. It's an impala alarming again. Like I said, I will have to move off soon. I'm just waiting for the other vehicle to join. Maybe she'll be here next time you're with me, maybe not. But thank you, Thandi.
Well done for having turned that Queen of Terrier Thandi. I moved on, and you can tell where I am by the virtue of that saying. That is the riverbank of the Mara River, where we had a crossing here a few times. It's only the crossing that took Bond to this, and this is the aftermath that happens after all these animals cross the river, and not all of them that make it. A blessing these guys to the vultures. They call this river of life or a river of death, depending on who you are and how you're looking at it. To the wildebeests that are here, close to over 100, definitely a river of death. To vultures, a river of life. You notice apart from the vultures, you also have the bigger birds, white bellies, long beaks that we call the marabou storks. Should anybody be disturbed by this, I might give you a little warning. But again, it's the cycle of life here. And this is one of the main checks of the huge numbers of the wildebeest. We have always estimated them to be over 1 million, 1.4, 1.5, depending on which season. But to bring the numbers down, the crossing of the river affects that a lot. And then, of course, the crocodiles in the water, other predators like lions, wildebeest, cheetahs, leopards. Just listen to that party going on there with the vultures. Many scavengers, when they feed, they're always very quiet, including the big marabou storks that you see there. But vultures have never learned to be quiet when they feed. Now, there's so many of them. I mean, I just tried to have a count, and I thought there could be anything over 500 vultures. They're spread out. You see some of them are on the waiting there because they cannot fit together there, and that's why there's that little fight. Not enough room. Lots of food is down there, but it's not enough room for all of them. So ideally here is the survival for the fittest. The bigger you are, the stronger you are, you have chance of getting some, I would say, late breakfast in our Kenyan time here. We got 3 species I've counted here of vultures. I've seen the hooded vultures, the African white-backed vultures, and the Ruppel's griffon vultures. Back there you can see some zebras in the background. I'm not sure they won't come for a drink, but seeing all these vultures here, they may have to think something else. You can also see there's some wildebeest to the left of your screen there, and lots of vultures. I mean, my number could have been wrong. There could be, or there can possibly be over 500 vultures here. I do not know the pecking order, but the certain vultures, certain species of vultures we got here that we call the Lapet vultures or the Nubian vultures that are the largest vultures, big and very strong. If they were here, they would be the one on the kill, but I don't see any of them here, and they normally go in twos. They're very solitary, unlike the griffons or the African white-backed vultures that go in big numbers. And of course, the strength of them, they'll get the space to feed and not allow the others to come. Quite a strong smell coming in the direction we are in, and I'm going to stick here for a couple of minutes before maybe a drive along the riverbank.
We came back to where the lines were. So early on, we did a loop past one of the waterholes, and we found a lioness that was on her way here. So unfortunately, we couldn't follow her through the dense belt, but she is currently making her way here. And I'm sure the rest of the pride is not too far. So we just want to stick a bit of time around these lines and hopefully see the interaction once the other lines meet up again, or even if that other lioness comes and meets up with the rest of the pride. But you can see they are so relaxed. Look at that one right in the middle. She's using the one's leg as a bit of a cushion. And it is slowly starting to warm up, but I don't think they're going to be heading too far from here today. What they might just eventually do is, because it's slowly starting to warm up, they might just go and find a bit of shade, and that's where they'll lie down for the majority of the day, just waiting for it to cool down before they start moving again. But so relaxed. if you look at that lioness on the right, the one that just moved her one paw over the other one, if you look at her body, you can't even see her breathing. That's how relaxed she is. She's just so quiet. And even after when they had that kill on the giraffe like 2 days ago, the bellies were so big, and look at already how much it's gone down. Barely looks like they had anything to eat. One just picked up its head. It looks like a young male, because if you look right where if you look at the chin, you'll notice there's a little bit of fluff around the neck. So this is a very young male. So the one that we mentioned earlier, probably around a year and a half. And it's only going to be in a couple of years from now we'll have an impressive mane. But slowly starting to develop. Often if lions develop a mane, it starts off near the chin, and then from there goes around the neck and then onto the head. Like it could happen. What's more likely to happen, though, is sometimes with prides, they will split up in times where food is a little bit scarcer, and then when food is more abundant, they tend to join up together again. And there's a few prides, even with this pride, at a stage they were close to 30, I think it was 32 lions, if I'm not mistaken. And then occasionally they'll break up and then join up together again. But what will most likely happen with this pride is once there's too many individuals, you might find that one section of the pride might just break away, a little group, and then they'll form their own pride. That's more likely to happen. But there's always a chance. I mean, in some areas, by joining up together, they can take down bigger animals. But normally they are related when they do that. It won't be just two different prides that will just join up to form a mega pride. What's interesting about this landscape in particular is we're almost on a bit of a crest. Now, if we move the camera out, you'll notice there's quite a few big trees in the back. And you'll notice the grass here isn't as tall as in some of the areas here at andBeyond and Ngala. And the reason for it is in this area, because we're on top of a crest, and because of those big trees, the marula trees, they often grow in a very sandy soil. So most of the soil here, because of all the rain, the nutrients get washed out of it. So the grass and all the other trees in the area is used to a very nutrient, won't say deficient, but not as fertile soil that you would find closer towards the range line. That lioness that we were following this morning, here she is. She just maneuvered herself to the back of the pride. You can see the one lion here just picked up its head to look around. So let's see how they're going to interact once she gets a little bit closer. She's moving around. She probably smelt them. Let's see the interaction. Often if they do join up, they'll have that little ritual where they'll rub their faces against one another. Might be a bit of excitement, bit of play, and then from there on settle down again. So what I'm going to do is see how these ones have just gone up. So let's just give it a bit of time, because she'll eventually come to say hello. Right, what I'm going to do is she's just gone and lied down at the back. It looks like the young male has also joined up. So let me just maneuver the vehicle. Now this is what we were waiting for. We followed her for quite a few kilometers, and it was really hard to see, but eventually, there we go. She came to join up with the rest of the pride. The other ones have also gotten up now, and they're slowly starting to make their way towards her. Probably just coming to say hello. See, the young male also came to say hello, and here's the other one. Just notice that female off to the right, how she's urinating and rubbing her back feet through her urine, so that as she moves, she can mark her territory. No, I can... There's a little faint... sounds of, you can hear how they're moaning, especially the younger ones, probably just asking mom, listen, when are we going to move, when are we going to start looking for something else to possibly hunt, but also probably just saying hello. So this was that lioness that we were following the whole time and waiting for her to come and join up with the rest of the pride. How incredible is this?
Okay, welcome back to the river, and I am still in the same place, and nothing much has changed. I have just repositioned, moved slightly back, and looks like we have the zebra inching in once more. Remember, this can happen for many hours just before they decide to go, and especially when they're in small numbers. Here there are not very many. It's only about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 zebra. It would be amazing to see 8 cross, because VT is welcome. You never know, when you're going to see another crossing. I have seen 3 topic cross. I have seen 7 Thompson's Gazelle cross. I have seen 1 wildebeest cross. It would be nice to see, 7, zebra cross. But who am I to say anything? The river is still flowing. It never stops. You remember, this river has got its highs and its lows. This is the worst it can get. In the rainy season, it can come up almost to the banks where I am, which is almost, 15 feet. The rapids are always very soothing. I don't know if you've been hearing them on the background. I haven't seen very many of the inhabitants, the crocodiles, but only a few hippos here and there. Remember, this is live, coming courtesy of hashtag CGTNWild and hashtag WildEarth from the Masai Mara in East Africa. And I'll be moving from this spot, and I'll see you, somewhere down the road, while my friend Gigi takes over the river, the river stream.
Look at the ripples in the water. We've made our way down to Ndlovu Dam, where we have not found the elephants, but we are met with an animal that's even taller, which is, of course, a giraffe. It's been nice to see so many giraffe around today. And this is not the only one, as there is a second giraffe coming in to have a drink. Maybe there'll be more. Oh, there's, goodness gracious. Like I said, once the weather starts to warm up, we get an array of animals that will come back down. They've been avoiding the watering holes a fair amount, as they're quite exposed and not really protected too much from the wind. And the giraffe doesn't have to drink water every single day. So now that it is warmed up, here they are. And they're looking at something. You can see they're watching some animals come down, but we'll see them in a bit. They are just impala. I suppose not just impala. Hey, I should give them the credit that they deserve. Beautiful impala. But we've seen so many of them. And Sebastian's favorite animal in the whole wide world to film is actually giraffe, especially when they're drinking and doing exciting things. But isn't it quite funny how a giraffe has to really stretch open its front legs and then drop its head all the way down? You'd think, how on earth is that giraffe not passing out? Because I know if I try and put my head to the floor while standing up, I wouldn't be able to do so, and I definitely would see stars. But giraffe have got a very, very interesting sort of technique on how they avoid passing out. So essentially, all the blood does rush straight down to the head, but once it gets to the base of the neck, there's lots of blood capillaries and a sort of spongy muscle. So all that blood is spread out evenly, so it's not rushing directly to the head. So that way, they are able to bend down like this and drink. They've got amazing balance, because I don't think I'd be able to do that. Well, you're having a good old drink, and I love the way that they flick their heads up afterwards. If you're a photographer, it's normally a great opportunity for you to slow the shutter down and get that spray of water. It's also quite funny to watch the oxpeckers, which are the birds, try and hold on for dear life when a giraffe does that. It's like rodeo training. Sorry? I'm glad that you are all enjoying this, though. Apologies for some audio issues there, but I think it should be better now. So literally all that's missing from the scene now, that we've got giraffe, we've got impala, there's a few bird species around, is those elephants that are not too far away, who should also make their way down here. Much off the top of my head, just talking about giraffes, I can't think of any diseases that they are particularly plagued with. Although there is there's a store. Sorry, apologies. It seems like I'm just getting some audio breakup. I'm not really sure why. Hopefully that's better now. But sometimes what happens with giraffe is they get this disease. It almost looks like they're covered in warts from head to toe, and that's not really good for the giraffe. Otherwise, giraffe are normally pretty healthy. Hey, I haven't heard of them dying out, things like anthrax and stuff like that, although there hasn't been many anthrax outbreaks in a while. But no, they seem to be strong, other than in the sort of greater Kruger area, getting covered in this these warts. I think it's more of a virus, though, if I'm not mistaken. They seem to be good to go. Ah, look, it's our friend Sebastian. Between the giraffe and the impala, two other animals that I'm quite fond of, and we get to see almost every single day. We will see if it's the same two individuals. Yep, there's two warthogs, and the warthog on the right-hand side is one of my favorites. You can see her left ear is missing. So that's how I identify her, and she comes around and she feeds in the camp, and then of course they come down to drink, and they also have a bit of a wallow, which is quite fun. Or you're going to go right round the giraffe. And I think they're quite happy that it's not the elephants that are here yet, because the elephants just chase everyone around the water sources, where the warthogs, the giraffe and the impala, they seem to be quite tolerant of one another. Oh yes, very happy to come down and have a drink. It is truly spectacular how the game viewing improves, literally overnight, once the sun comes out. I'm glad. I hope the wind stays away too, and I hope that there is no more rain for a few days. We had a nice little sprinkle that settled the dust. Not that it topped up the dam for any of these animals. We need significant amount of rain to do that. Yeah, but the giraffe not hanging around for too long. Just a couple of gulps of water, and then off they'll go and carry on feeding for the rest of the day. Also, there's also not much pushing and shoving with the impala, because you can see that big ram, although I say that, and he upped the speed of his walk there, is that they can also be a bit bossy around watering holes. You can imagine this is an area that is, I suppose, a common place for lots of different animals and many herds of impala to come and drink. Not that it's breeding season and this impala ram is really not getting anything out of looking after one herd of impala all the time. He doesn't like it when they move away too quickly. But everybody's got their heads up. They're staring in the distance. There's some snorting going on. I wonder what they've seen.
Oh, interesting stuff. And we have left Thandi. We've now found these lovely nyalas. A couple females with their offspring. I think that they are very, very pretty antelope. Beautiful stripes and a few spots here and there. Now you'll find that they look very different to their males. I don't see a male around at the moment, but usually there will be one. But so far this looks just like a breeding herd. Now they also like the thicket as opposed to the open area, much like a kudu. You can see they have these large ears also. Very, very pretty and very fluffy tails, which I particularly like. They're also very important prey species, much like impala are. Impala are probably the topmost important prey species, and that lions, leopards, wild dogs, hyenas take impalas continuously. Nyalas as well. It is because they are medium-sized antelope, which is perfect for a predator. Something larger like a kudu, wildebeest, that's a little more difficult for an individual predator to take down, like a leopard. No, they can do it. So leopards are looking for animals like these. The female is about 60 kgs or so that's a good size for a leopard. In fact, I've seen Tlalamba, who is Thandi's daughter, take down a Nyala cow right in front of me. I also think that they're very, very peaceful. They look to me a little bit like reindeer. It's just because of the spots and how graceful they are. Well, they're going about their business, finding bits of shade because the sun has come out to grace us with its presence now.
after following them around, we found that lioness with the small, or that lioness went back towards where the small cubs were lying down, and eventually they joined up as well. So just to the left of that, one of the cubs decided to go and play with one of the other youngsters. Right there. You might just notice now and again the youngster's ears appearing. There we go. They must be so hungry, because where that mom was very far away from where from this particular area. So she'd probably been away the whole evening, and now decided to come back, and now they're going to have a drink. Now, often what happens is, if the older they get and the longer mom stays away when she comes back, they're so thirsty that, and with their teeth growing, they sometimes hurt moms. You'll see mom won't, sometimes she'll get very irritated with them, especially around this age. She might just snarl at them and eventually get up and start moving away, and then slowly, like, settle down again. We're just going to have to watch and see. I think she might also be just so tired from walking so far. Looks like it's the female, that youngster, that's not settling down. I can believe all the viewers that made a comment about the size of the cubs. It's crazy how quickly they grow. And imagine now, even in another 5 or 6 months' time from now, how big these cubs are going to be. You can see Mama's getting a little bit irritated there. And as we mentioned, you can see with that one going in now, so now the brother and sister are fighting just for a little bit of milk. And of course the brother doesn't want to let go, but now you can see it's hurting Mum a bit. Little one's like, I had enough of that. Gonna play with another one. Looks like that's the young male after a nice drink, just cleaning his mouth now, getting all the milk off. He's like, I didn't have enough, so he's heading straight back to Mum for some more. Mom is deliberately lying down in a way that he can't really get to the teat for to drink. So he might just come back now. It's incredible that a lion that's so big can be so gentle with those little ones.
It's wonderful to see lion cubs. Just as wonderful as it is to see little Ngala calves. They're not too small, but they are gorgeous. I think it's time for a quiz, everyone. This one's not too difficult. You know that these guys are ruminants, so they have a 4-chambered stomach. And that's how they're able to digest cellulose. But what are those 4 parts called? Use the hashtag CGTNWild or the hashtag WildEarth and let me know what the 4 components or what the 4 chambers are called in a ruminant's stomach. They're able to digest cellulose, something that we can't, because of the stomach and because of the microbes that live in it. Now, over time, they have evolved to have this type of stomach because they can eat, or because this niche of vegetation suddenly became available on Earth. Because before that, it was all about predation. One animal eating another, and then vegetation sprouted up, and then after that, grass came along. So there was this whole new opportunity, this whole niche that was available. And animals started consuming it, and they needed a mechanism to actually digest those bits. So let me know, what are the 4 chambers inside of a ruminant's stomach? I'm sure we'll find plenty of ruminants as we go along as well. The giraffe is the largest ruminant that we get, or in the world actually. They look very, very peaceful. Tandi is probably about 1.5 kilometers away from them, so they're not too concerned, and the wind is not very harsh, so they probably can't smell her, and for now they think they are pretty safe.
Indeed, thank you very much, Trish. We have decided to show you importance once again. Oh, excuse me, of termite mounds. I just find myself clambering through this termite mound, and I'm standing on top, just like the lions were earlier, but surrounded by incredible trees. Now, these big trees we have growing out here, I can count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, more than 15, 20 jackalberry trees that are growing out of the termite mound. And they regard jackalberries as, they call them a phreophyte, so a tree that loves water. And here we have, once again, large fungus-growing termites created this very big mound. And the fungus termites need moisture. They bring moisture up from the bottom. There's humidity inside. They keep this as a very nice greenhouse effect inside. They keep it very moist and very green. And these trees, jackalberries, are pretty much green throughout the year. And they access the water table deep down below the ground through these termite burrows. So it's a very, very important part and element of this environment. So not only do we find many animals utilizing these burrows for hiding inside, but we also find trees growing on them. Some digging has happened on the side here. There's evidence of what we call aardvarks. Some people refer to them as ant bears, but they are actually aardvarks, and they look for termites. They feed almost exclusively on termites and also on ants, and they will dig into these termite mounds with very powerful claws and dig up very nice nutrient-rich soil. This soil has been processed by the termites. It's got lots of nutrients, got lots of calcium from the termites' bodies, and it's nutrient recycling at its best. But the termite mound itself is very, very hard. To try and access that with your own nails or own claws would be very difficult. So many animals will utilize burrows that have been created originally by aardvarks to then access further in and deeper inside. And once inside, there's all sorts of cavities and chambers that the termites themselves are using for the growing of the fungus, for the building up of gas, for the breeding chambers, for the queen. So many things inside. And what they say, what you see above ground, 2/3 below. So a magnificent element to the environment, and something that's very common here in our granitic soils here in the sort of western parts of the Kruger. But the soil underneath, I'll be able to show you the difference between what I've got over here and what is actually on the surface. See if we can show you. There's a bit of a difference. Now, the granitic soils here are quite sandy. Quite sandy. Okay, that's looking quite similar there, actually. I wonder if there's going to be a difference. It's actually looking very dark. In fact, we're sitting at a low-lying area right now, so this soil has been pushed down the landscape. A very different degree here. This is lots of clay being pushed down from the sediment flowing down the hill, where this has been sandy soil being processed and nutriently changed. And both are quite different. Both have moved, one being from erosion and one being from the termite activity. So very, very nice. Soil is everything, everybody. The soil determines the trees, determines the amount of moisture that it will hold, determines the plants. And with the trees and the vegetation is the habitat. And once you know the habitat, you can find the animals you're looking for.
Those two little ones were running quite close to us and then turned around and ran back to Mom. But look at the other ones in the back. Okay, the one's now looking backwards, but they all were looking down the cubs. Now, they're currently with Mom. Now, Mom is the one that's closest to us, lying down in the shade. Now, they're probably just going to go for a drink and then start playing again. But they are very, very playful today. And you can just hear now and again, whenever they do fight, to try and get a bit of milk, you just like, arr, arr, like the one just tries to like fight the other one off to get a bit more. Just look at the ear. Now and again, I think of the two are just having a bit of a play just behind Mom. Look at that one female just in the back, how she's staring at them. Probably very curious of what they're up to. I won't even be surprised if that one tries to climb the tree. Especially the young male. I've seen him trying to do it quite a few times. See how they're trying to have a drink, and the way Mom's lying down, that's like can't get underneath. She doesn't want to move. She doesn't want to have any of it. Look at the youngsters now. They're trying to soften up Mom, like rub their tail through her face. Like, come on, Mom. Okay, I'm going to try this side now. Nothing. She doesn't want to budge. See how that female's going on to that other lioness there to try and see if she can get a drink there. But she's going to get a hug more than anything. just have a look at the, after those two, had a little bit of a turn and then head back. But no, there was a very good question asked, but I couldn't exactly hear, I could just hear something about a kill. So, but the reason, like, why they don't do that is because they don't really need to do that, but also they're not as great of a climber in comparison to leopards. So leopards are able to basically pull up their own body weight up into a tree. A lion won't be able to do that. However, there has been cases where lions have climbed into trees to get to leopard kills, but normally what they tend to do is if they do make a kill, there's normally a lot of them around, so they'll feed off of it on the ground and then move off from there. It's a really good question. I mean, it's just, if I look at lion behavior in general, it's not a behavior that I have seen quite a bit, but I don't know, maybe some of our viewers have heard about it somewhere. Maybe there has been an occasion where lions have dragged their kills up in trees to get it away from hyenas. I honestly don't know too much about that. And I would love to know from some of our viewers. Please send in those, if someone knows more about it or if someone have heard about it, please send in those answers to us. We'd really love to hear. See, those little ones are getting too fast now, and they're just trying to have a drink, even while Mom is standing. Shame, they're so thirsty. You can hear them. So just to give you an idea, I'm going to ask her just to zoom the camera out so as you can see how far we are away from these lions. So from here to where that lioness is lying down is probably 30 meters. You can hear those cubs suckling from here. So it tells you that they are really thirsty, and that's probably why Mom is getting so irritated, because they're both trying to get as much as they possibly can. Instead of doing it gently, of course, if one bullies the other one, they won't just let go. They'll hold on to it and probably even bite with their teeth, and that's when Mom eventually will like snarl at them or even stand up.
We're still with these wonderful Ngala. Very peaceful, chewing away. Something alerted them just a little bit. That's no wonder, considering there's a leopard not too far away. But they're still very relaxed and feeding. All right, we have some quiz answers. Here's this little one showing us exactly what we were talking about. What are the 4 chambers in a ruminant's stomach? Claire, you say the chambers are chambers 1, 2, 3, and 4. Can't say that's incorrect. But well done, Claire. It's not incorrect, because there are 1, 2, 3, 4 chambers, but not exactly the answer I'm looking for. Great effort, though, there, Claire. I'm just going to grab that again. I didn't quite hear that one. But this person did get it correct. Linma, well done. You say the rumen, the reticulum, the omasum, and the abomasum. Well done. Well done. You are 100% correct. The rumen is the largest of the compartments, and that is where all of the microbes actually are. And it's kind of a liquidy area. And that's where part of the digestion happens. And then animals use the reticulum to actually contract and force the food particles back up into their mouth so they can chew it again. We call that cud, and the process is called chewing cud. And that's also where these microbes ferment, and they make volatile fatty acids, and then it can be absorbed from that fermentation. Then the reticulum, like we said, is that small bit in between, and that contracts to allow any coarse material to come back up. And then we have the omasum and the abomasum. The abomasum is kind of most similar to a non-ruminant stomach, so most similar to your stomach. Excuse me. A little insect just flew into my mouth. At least that means that spring is here, right? That's a bit better. So the abomasum is, in fact, the stomach that is most similar to ours. So it has hydrochloric acid in them and other digestive enzymes, just like our stomach does. And the omasum, which is before that, has this kind of, we call it like a book. It's got pages, so it maximizes the surface area. It's got these little leaves, and that's where water and other substances that are part of those digestive contents get absorbed. And those are our 4 chambers of the stomach. Luckily, I'm not choking anymore. Perhaps I should have some water just to make sure that this gnat or whatever it is that made it into my mouth doesn't start crawling in my throat. That's always my fear. Anyway, I'm a non-ruminant, so it's not going to do very well. Is going to do very well. But these guys are now chomping away. Let's leave them to it as we learned a little bit more about their digestive system.
Back to the Mara, and I'm away from the river now, a bit in the plains, and I have found a very beautiful herd of impala. There is a young male, about maybe 1 year. He's got those sharp horns, and there's another one over there, and looks like there's a few young ones there, about 6 months old, quite a good number. There is the main guy. He is the main dominant male. In a herd of impala, you always find 1 male and up to 30 to 40 females. He dominates them. It's called a harem, and he sticks around with them for a tenure of about 10 to 15 days. It's always no longer like that because competition is very stiff. Right now, there are some males who are feeding, sparring. It's like they are in a gym, getting ready to come and out this guy. So he's always constantly on the watch, making sure the males are not coming, mating with the females that are in season, and also chasing away males that come. We have a Thompson gazelle. He's a loner. He's chewing his cud. Very happy to be in between the impala and the zebra. Remember, this is another one of our plains antelopes, and he's a fully grown male. They weigh up to around 12 to 15 kilos full size. That is a black stripe on the side, and it's typical of the Thompson gazelle. And then here we have Topi. Also, he's all by himself. It's also normal to find, males by themselves, because they form these small territories of up to maybe 100 square meters, that is 300 square feet. And in those, corners of 300 square feet, they defecate and urine, leaving their scent and trying to lure females into their small territory. Sometimes they are successful and sometimes they are not. Remember, this is one of the large-sized antelope we find here in the Mara. They do participate in the annual migration, but we also do have residents that stick around here. Remember, this is live from the Masai Mara. It's a beautiful morning. That is the scene of the Olololo Syria escarpment plus Chris, thank you for your comment. Those impala are huge. Yes, they are huge compared to the impalas in Botswana and Southern Africa. Our impala here in East Africa are very, very big, and I think the main reason is the soils and the abundance of very many shrubs and grasses, slightly more than what you come across in Southern Africa. Even the horns of the ones here are massive, they're big. Surprisingly, this herd is not as healthy as I would expect. If you look at the males far, it's slightly like, looks sickly, I would call it. He's been sick, I would say. If you look at the second one to the left, the skin is rather shiny and you can tell he's healthy. If you look at the first one, it's scruffy and fluffed up. It's not as healthy. In the back one, the male is also the same. So there's something going on with this herd, and usually you find more than, those 8 females. I don't know if they're 8. You find more. Always, there are very many. So I'm going to leave them. Maybe they're finding something that they highly need on that patch. I'm going to move on, and I'll catch you down the road with more, comments and questions, and maybe I'll have something else to share.
The whole idea is always to keep moving because you don't know what you're going to get around the corner. I've stayed put by the Mara River bank, and I got that small little herd of wildebeest, and not sure whether they want to come to the river or not. And if they do, they might come for a drink or even choose to cross. Who knows? It's not the same spot it was before. I moved upstream like another 300 yards, 300 meters or so, to find out if anything would be happening. And I saw or found this group just running and playing along the riverbank. And as soon as they got that close, they stopped. I mean, if they have crossed the river before, they know the dangers involved. So they have to pause and make that difficult decision to plunge themselves, because maybe not all of them will make it across. Funny enough, the way they behave or when they decide to cross the river, sometimes it may just take 15 seconds. A decision is made and they start running, all of them crossing the river. And at times they would spend an hour, 2, or even more where they are. Occasionally, they change their mind and walk away from the river. Patience out here in the bush is always very important, because if you look at them, they are facing the direction of the river, and they know some dangers will be lurking in that water. More so, the crocs. I'll stay here because they might surprise us with a cross. Who knows?
Thanks, David. Well, good luck with your crossing. We've been trying to keep up with a very busy little hornbill here back down in Djuma. And after the rain, everybody, the top of the ground would be a little bit saturated, so a lot of insects would actually have come out onto the top. And there, it looks like it's found itself a worm. Oh, very good. So the birds that are able to walk along the ground and just peck at the floor, I don't know what that is actually, are able to catch all sorts of insects that emerge from the rainfall. And then birds like this hornbill also can practice a behavior known as leaf tossing. You might see it now. It uses its beak to sort of turn the leaves left and right. And we know that all across the ground, wherever there's vegetation and leaves on the floor, there's enormous amounts of insects. Well, a lot and lots of organisms living underneath that layer. Remove that layer and have it exposed to the sun, and you won't have much living there. But underneath the vegetation, there's lots and lots going on. So it's quite a nice sort of adaptation to be able to sort of move the leaves from side to side to look for the insects, like going through a compost pile with your hand, moving it left to right to see all the little things moving around. And they save a lot of energy, as we always discuss energy, by moving along and looking. It's the southern red-billed hornbill. Come on, show us how it's done. They are such a characteristic African bird, aren't they? The hornbill, after the Lion King, old Zazu, made them very, very popular. Now, if you don't see one of these on a game drive in South Africa, you haven't been looking. Oh, he's going to hide behind the tree. Of course he is. Wonderful big... Oh, here we go. Show us how to toss the leaves from side to side, my friend. Remember, insects are quite camouflaged, a lot of them. But those that hide under the leaves are not very camouflaged. They don't need to be, because they've evolved to hide under the leaves. So if you flick some leaves over and turn it over on top of itself, many of the insects will sort of squirm and wriggle around to try and find a place back. It's just gone to the tree at the back there. Up a little bit. There he is. Go find a place to get back underneath the leaves, because the sun can often be quite harsh for them. So wonderful to see these birds behaving naturally. And he's just going to have a little look around.
It's always nice at this time of day to do a bit of birding, and here we have what looks like a cardinal woodpecker. Yes, we see a streaked breast and then barred back. Going about its business in a magic worry today. Have a good look at its head, you'll see that it is a male. It's got a red head with this brown kind of forehead. And those are the defining features for a cardinal woodpecker. And now it's playing hide and seek, like it had been when we first found it. There it goes. That red crown really makes it easy to spot. Oh, well done. You can hear it ever so slightly. So it's trying to peel off that outer bark so it can get some really nice grubs from beneath it. Beetle larvae, and wood borers and things like that. It just loves. It has a long tongue that's actually barbed, that it gets in underneath the dried bark and manages to pull that larvae out. when you hear it going about its work and see it going about its work, you think, whew, it must invest a lot in headache tablets. But luckily for it, its brain is cushioned by the musculature that actually extends to its tongue. Kind of like shock absorbers, which you can imagine you must need. You're going to be banging your head like a jackhammer against a tree. Gosh, that sounds so harsh, but that's exactly what they do. These guys are quite small. The big one we get here is the bearded woodpecker, which is about 80 grams or so, and these guys are about 30 grams. So substantially smaller. The golden-tailed woodpecker, which is another one we get in this area, is similar in weight to the bearded woodpecker, and so is the Bennett. So this is the smallest one we get around here, 30 grams. Tiny little thing working away, banging its head against some branches.
The two young cubs just went back to mom. So they did a little circle around towards where the other ones are. And they picked out the smallest of the whole pride to go and pull her ear, and then immediately came back to mom for a drink. So they are up to they're in a mischievous mood at the moment. So let's just spend some time and see what's going to happen. So mom is now at least lied down in a position where they can have a bit of a drink. The young male was drinking while the female moved around, and she was teasing the others, and then the young male joined up and then came back immediately when he saw mom moving. You can see the young female's getting up again. See how she's just lying down in front of mom. And what is always crazy, like I know I sometimes say, like, just imagine, but just picture this. Maybe in another 3 years from now, that young lioness that's rubbing up against her mom could be lying down there with her own cubs right next to her. And that's the beauty of being able to follow animals like this and see how the prides change, how their dynamics change, how they grow up, where they eventually would move off to. And especially with this young female, but we know that she'll probably most likely be with this pride if she manages to survive. With that young male, he'll have a different future. He'll probably be pushed up, but the question is, where would he go? See, immediately, as mom turned around, there was a gap that opened up, so the young female took that opportunity. You can just hear them groaning, telling mom, come on mom, just a little bit more milk. Have a look at these little ones, how they are lowering the ears. So that's definitely a bit of competition between the two. And you can just hear the little growls and the little snarls at one another. But that's where it comes in. Because of that, then mom eventually gets irritated instead of just being able to share. So they'll basically go on for another 2, possibly even 3 months. And then from there on, mom will start weeding them off, because also their teeth become so sharp, they become so strong that it really hurts her. So for now, they are able to eat meat and drink water. The milk here is just a little supplement that they are taking, just to be in order to keep up with the pride, especially if they do move quite far distances. But it's not going to be long now. At the most, maybe they'll push even a bit more. Now, what's interesting about it is, so each individual is different, because sometimes animals, let's say young lions, will be able, from the age of around about 6-7 months, if their mum didn't produce any milk, they'll be able to survive, because they still, if there's a kill, they'll be able to get a bit of the meat from there. If there's some water, they'll be able to drink the water. But I have also seen lions that are close to 1.5 years that still will lick the mom to try to stimulate the milk in order to try and get some milk. But it's not something that you see every day. But you can also see like how these two in particular, imagine now in another 2 months how big they're going to be in comparison to now. And so then there might be more competition to try and get milk. So then mom might tolerate it less. So basically just slowly but surely from now on going forward is where she will start weaning them. Marco, what normally would happen is they will move with the pride until there's a chance or there's a hunt, and then the mom would leave them and of course go and hunt and then come and fetch them again. But it all depends on where they're moving. Sometimes, let's say over the last 3-4 months, we've noticed that they are with the pride more often than prior to that. But still, even though they do move with the pride, eventually they will be left alone with the other youngsters, or even by themselves, while the mom or the others go and hunt and then come back to fetch them. And sometimes it could be even a day or two before she eventually gets back. So, and the thing about these lions, they're really hard animals. Even though they look so cute and delicate, they are strong. And that whole willpower in order to try and survive is there. And so they'll basically do anything in order to survive and patiently wait. I mean, when mom leaves them in an area, there's no water, there's no food, they'll stick there until she comes back and fetches them. But at least for now, they don't have to worry about that. They had a meal, which was a giraffe, and now had some water yesterday to drink, and now just enjoying mom's milk.
Well, typical of lions, once they have a meal and maybe something to drink, that's more or less how are they going to behave, just being flat and taking it easy. Now, my wildebeest, as I just guessed, may stay there for a few seconds, either decide to cruise or a couple of hours before they cruise, or my other guess was walk away. And that's exactly what they're doing. It's not what I really wanted them to do. But also, we have seen them walk away and then just make a U-turn back to the water. Who knows? But as it is now, they're walking away. But behind them, there's another file of zebras following them slowly. They're walking one side. I'm not sure these zebras want to follow them, but ideally, during the migration, we have seen these animals move together. These are the Bachel zebras. Steve, we would like to know how deep the water is at this crossing. You'll be surprised, it's just about 1 meter deep. That's like the depth currently at where we are. If Steve, you saw the crossing yesterday, that point was more or less the same, but so much, so many of them died on that crossing. Not because of the depth, but by the virtue of having a very difficult or steep bank on the other side. We had some rains yesterday, not where we are in the Masai Mara. We had some little showers, but the source of this river, we had more rains than where we are, and that has
Sorry about that, guys, but we do have some lovely zebra. They're being quite entertaining. Some of them are eating, and one was even dust bathing in the road. Enjoying some grass there. Now these guys are adapted to eating that long, kind of wiry grass, tough grass, but they'll also really like newly emerged and fresh, juicy stems. There's a little bit of that around at the moment. But they are enjoying what's left of the long grass. If you had a whole lot of zebras on your lawn, they could mow your lawn for you. They don't really feed below about 10 centimeters above the ground, so you'll have a very nice lawn. All evenly cut. Their stripes are truly dazzling. I especially like on their heads how they have this diamond shape around the eyes and the mouths and on their forehead. Look at that. Just so beautiful. There's so many patterns that you find in the bush and in nature. Robert, you say you really like watching zebra? I do too. I really do truly find their patterns dazzling. It's like sand dunes rippling along. And the way that their stripes actually develop are similar to the way sand dunes do, but in a more biologically controlled way. Sand dunes are a result of environmental factors, where something, as wind blows the sand, perhaps there's a rock that catches it, and then that rock continues to build as the sand builds, and then there's a gap after it because no sand can reach that. In the same way, these stripes develop. Pigment grows and is blocked, and then you get these awesome stripes.
Thanks, Trish. Well, how wonderful. Zebras are really one of those animals we love to see out on safari. And here we've got a very hungry squirrel. I think he's feeling like I am right now, ready for breakfast. And I'm trying to figure out what it's busy feeding on. Holding on with very sharp claws. It's probably accessing some gum. I didn't know squirrels fed on gum. He's definitely enjoying himself. So we spoke earlier, last time you were with me, we were talking about habitats, and we spoke about termite mounds and trees growing out of termite mounds, and another very important habitat are these riverine areas that we now find the squirrel in. Now, obviously, the squirrels lean trees, and with the trees come the food that they provide, and then cavities such as holes for breeding and for nesting. So habitat's a very important element when it comes to finding animals. Often when we're looking for our leopards out here, we go along the drainage lines because that's where they like to hang out. You don't often find them walking through the open areas where you find the zebras and the wildebeest. You find them in the thickets because one of their favorite food sources, there he's up at the top now, a little bit more up, there we go. One of the favorite food sources for leopards hang around in these drainage lines, and that includes squirrels, scrub hares, as well as ground nesting birds and Ngala. The impala move in between these habitats. They go from open areas at night to sort of the more thickets areas in the daytime. And deka is another food source. So when you're looking for an animal, it's very important to understand the habitat. And the habitat is directly related to the soil and the parent rock. Parent rock is the underlying rock, which over time breaks down and forms into the soil, and that soil and the topography, which is the lay of the land. Is it a depression? Is it a rocky outcrop? Is it very, very shallow? Is it very deep? That sort of topography will also dictate habitats. So when looking for hippo, as we did earlier with our tracks, would we find the hippo? Well, we'd probably go look in the watering hole. If you want to find a squirrel, well, you just have to look in the trees. That's where they are. You'll often find them on the ground. Oh, he's not very happy with something. He's not shouting though, he's flicking the tail. And I'm a very big birder, so when it comes to finding birds, very specifically, you need to understand the habitat preference of those birds if you want to find them. And looking for birds in open areas, you're going to find the birds who prefer those habitats. You want to find birds that like riparian vegetation, like what we are now, you need to move into that area. Wetland birds, obviously around the wetlands. Coastal and estuary birds around water areas. Okay, so I hope that little story about habitats has helped to explain things.
Still chomping away. So peaceful to watch. You can see the tails are going, swatting away flies, which have become a lot more prevalent, might I add, in the last few weeks. Really nice. This is the same herd that we've been seeing around Djuma, with the one younger individual. And I think there's one female in here that's also pregnant, or she definitely looks it. And I can't see her at the moment. This one was playing statue with us. It's been standing there for a long time, this one. In fact, it's in the same spot that impala that was staring at us that one morning was sitting as well.
Well, we have remained in the same position we were. We just moved a few meters downstream again, and we came to these huge amphibians here. I'm talking about the hippopotamus, which got nothing to do with the crossing. But being, during the day you get them in the water, because we all know that when it gets too hot for them, they may easily die. And at night is when they'll come out of the water to feed, but it's not very hot at the moment. That's why they are on the edge of the riverbank. Look at the beautiful Olololo escarpment that I was talking about earlier. My wildebeest have moved a little bit far away. You can see now where they are. And this, it's beautiful. Nobody would not, love to see this. Now, they may be there for a couple of minutes, then again, as I say, do a U-turn, come back towards the river, either have a drink or just come and cross to the side we are. Can hear the river. There's a giraffe in the background. Good job, Bungay. Bungay is the gentleman on the camera, maybe two of them. And this is the beauty of the African bushes. You're in one point watching one sighting or one species of an animal, then you see another pop up. We're not surprised to see even maybe a lion coming from nowhere and trying to catch any one of those wildebeest there. Come have a drink. Come cross if you wish. But it's a pretty small number. We need masses so that they can build a lot of pressure. And this has been a very, very good day. Great morning for all of us, here in East Africa and in South Africa, with all the animals you've seen. Lions, leopards, all the wildebeest. What a day it has been. Giraffes, just name it. Well, I would be very happy to thank all of you, and we'll be seeing you again, same place, same time tomorrow morning. And for our regular viewers, see you this afternoon, same time. Thank you for joining us, and goodbye.
coverage of an African safari and may include animal kills and carcasses. Viewer discretion is advised.
A warm welcome to all our viewers that are tuning in currently on this live safari. You'll have a look and see that we are currently watching a pride of lions. And right off to the right is a white male that's just yawning, and in front of him, a young cub moving towards another white lion, which is a younger female. But this one looks like it might be stalking a sister who's currently standing on top of a branch. So I just want to encourage all our viewers, come join us on this live safari here in the African bush.